Chapter 1042. You bastard, it seems like you don't want this thing anymore. Hearing Sei Ito's ridiculous words, Kurenai clenched her fists angrily. Are you willing to do that? Ito Mori teased with a wicked face. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Kurenai curled her lips and clenched her fists again. Hiss, okay, I'm joking. Cooperating with Kurenai's action, Sei Ito quickly pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy. It's not like you don't know, even if I really want to do something to them, they have to be willing to do it. Look at your disciple Hinata, all she can think about is Uzumaki Naruto, she can't think about anyone else. The same is true for Sakura Haruno of Kakashiban, she can only think about Uchiha Sasuke. Although Ino of Asuma Squad isn't as infatuated as Sakura Haruno, she still has some fantasies about Uchiha Sasuke in her heart, which can't be erased in a short time. As for Tien, even when I stayed in the village, I didn't have much interaction with her, let alone do anything to her. In order to increase the credibility, Sei Ito explained the relationship between himself and the girls one by one, as well as their respective psychological changes. I didn't know that you know those girls very well, Kurenai said with a smile. Well, I've lived in Konoha for so many years, and I've been in contact with many people, so it's normal to know this. Ito-sei seemed to feel that the more he explained, the more confused he felt. Humph. Kurenai, who didn't think that Sei Ito was really interested in the girls, snorted coldly. She accepted his explanation, then stared sharply at Sei Ito and asked, "What about Anko and Shizune?" As for the other woman that Sei Ito mentioned before, Kurenai didn't think that anything might have happened between them, so she didn't even bother to ask. Sei Ito shrugged and said, "Well, although Anko is usually careless, she's actually very meticulous. For now, even if there's a possibility between us, she will choose to avoid it because of our situation. As for Mute, it's hard to say. She is so focused on Steelhand that she doesn't seem to have thought about her own affairs at all. At the end of the day, aren't you still interested in the two of them?" Kurenai Hong said with dissatisfaction. Fair and graceful lady. It was easy to find a gentleman. Everyone has a love for beauty. Naturally, I am no exception. Itomori slightly pulled back his arms and hugged Kurenai Red's body tightly, and said with a smile, "I don't care about the Mute, but based on your current situation, you can't do anything about it. It's best if you don't provoke Red Bean." Sunset Crimson was silent for a few seconds with a complicated expression. She sighed and said in a low voice, "What about you? Have you thought about it?" Ito-sei, who had calmed down, asked softly. "On one side is my lover, and on the other side is the village that my friends and I live in and love. Honestly, I really don't know what to do." Kurenai retracted her hand that was holding Ito-sei's kunai and put it on Ito-sei's chest. At the same time, she rested her head on his shoulder and said with a painful expression, "It's not that Kurenai didn't think about persuading Sei Ito to stay, and then she and Anko would think of a way to get the 5th Hokage to remove the arrest warrant on Sei Ito and let him return to the village to live with them. But as soon as this idea arose, Kurenai decisively extinguished it. Not to mention that the situation in the village is complicated, even if the 5th Hokage can successfully remove the arrest warrant on Sei Ito, even if the matter is really successful, his life in the village won't be smooth, and he will be captured and eliminated by the higher-ups for some inexplicable reason. It's not that this hasn't happened in the village. At least during the period when Kurenai became a special envoy, she occasionally heard that some people in the village disappeared inexplicably. And with her understanding of Sei Ito, this isn't something that Sei Ito is willing to accept. Maybe Sei Ito will have a direct conflict with the village, which will make things more difficult for her. Finally, and most importantly, Sei Ito, who can move around in this vast world, is really willing to be restrained in a village with many rules? Then you can come with me, Sei Ito said lightly. Hearing this, Kurenai frowned first, then said with a hesitant look. Let me think about it. Okay. Seito turned his head and kissed Kurenai's forehead and said softly. Then Seito chatted with the absent-minded Kurenai for a while, then he extinguished the fire and hugged Kurenai's warm and smooth body to rest. The next morning, Kurenai woke up early from her sleep. But as soon as she moved, Seito also opened his eyes and woke up. Morning. Seito kissed Kurenai's lips and said with a smile. Morning. Seeing that Seito woke up, Kurenai didn't care whether her actions will wake him up or not. After greeting him back, she turned over and sat up on the bed. Then she stood up and went to the bathroom to wash. Not long after, "Hualala" noises faintly came from the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, Kurenai walked out of the bathroom with only a large white towel wrapped around her body. Her hair was still wet, and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At this time, Seito also sat up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash. After a while, Seito, who finished washing and dressing, and Kurenai enjoyed the Japanese-style breakfast together. What are you going to do later? Kurenai asked during the meal. First, I'm going to see Anko, and then if there is no accident, I will probably leave Konoha and go to Amigakure. Seito replied casually. Kurenai Hong's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Are you still going to provoke Hongdo? Did you forget? Didn't I tell you? There is a way to solve the curse on her body. Seito looked at Kurenai and said with a funny face. I'm afraid that in addition to helping Anko solve the curse mark problem, you will also do something else. Kurenai looked at Itose and said with some disdain. Seito was directly choked by Kurenai's words, and he didn't know what to say. It seems that I was right. Kurenai snorted. Then she complained with a dissatisfied look. I should have known that you were born a big pervert. Otherwise, why would you think of selling women's stockings in Konoha? You must have started to have ideas about the women in the village at that time. Unfortunately, you have already boarded the pirate ship, and you can't get off. Seito shamelessly teased. Don't forget, I'm a ninja. Kurenai said lightly. So what if you're a ninja? As long as I don't let go, you can't escape. Seito laughed. Kurenai said softly. Humph. Kurenai Hong snorted with displeasure. However, she was more satisfied with Seito's tough attitude. At least, she could feel that Seito wasn't the kind of guy who liked the new and hated the old. Both of them tacitly skipped over the topic of Anko Mitarai and started chatting about trivial matters that didn't matter to them. Until the meal was over. Kurenai cleaned up the tableware and returned to the bedroom. She walked to the dresser. She reached out and opened a small drawer, picked up a small square box, opened it, and took out a special ring from the box. This was Seito's ring when he was still a Konoha ninja. It was a love ring that he gave to Kurenai. However, after Seito defected, she took it and put it in the box. At first, Kurenai almost threw the ring directly into the river valley. Kurenai hesitated for a few seconds, then put the ring back in the box and put it back in the drawer. Kurenai wanted to take out the ring and put it back on, but when she thought about what kind of people her companions were, she didn't want to arouse unnecessary suspicion. She walked out of the bedroom and put on her shoes at the entrance. I'm leaving. Kurenai, who put on her shoes, turned to look at Seito and said. Then let's kiss goodbye, after all, I have to leave later. Seito walked in front of Kurenai, stretched out his arms and hugged her waist, looked down at Kurenai's crimson eyes, and chuckled. After that, he lowered his head and kissed Kurenai's lips with red lipstick, and stretched out his tongue to entangle with hers. During the kiss, Kurenai also stretched out her arms and hugged Seito's neck, and cooperated with him. After a while, Kurenai, who separated from Seito again, took 2 light breaths, looked at Seito again, then turned around and left the house, disappearing behind the gradually closing door. Seito licked his lips with his tongue, with a look of reminiscence on his face. He stretched out his feet and put on his shoes, then launched instant transmission to leave Kurenai's house and appeared on the street of Konoha. He used transformation jutsu to change into someone else's appearance and walked to Mitarashi Anko's house. In the chat with Kurenai last night, Seito already knew that Mitarashi Anko was on guard duty last night, so she would definitely rest at home during the day, so he was not afraid that his visit would be in vain. 10 minutes later, Seito successfully arrived at Mitarashi Anko's house and reached out to ring the doorbell. Ding dong! Who is it? Soon, Mitarashi Anko's impatient voice full of irritation and unhappiness came from behind the door. Immediately afterward, with a soft sound, Seito saw Mitarashi Anko, who was barefoot. Her beautiful legs were completely exposed, although she was wearing a white shirt, but the buttons above the chest were completely open, revealing most of her breasts and cleavage. Her short black hair was a little messy, and her face was full of unhappiness and tiredness. Who are you? Looking at the strange man in front of her, Mitarashi Anko frowned and asked vigilantly. Who are you waiting for? Of course it's me. Seito raised his hand and touched his face, revealing his original appearance with a smile. Seeing that it was Seito, Mitarashi Anko's face immediately changed, and without thinking, she stretched out her arm and grabbed Seito's arm, pulled him into the room, and quickly closed the door. You're crazy. Swaggering in the village, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Umbu? Mitarashi Anko angrily questioned. As expected of my good Anko, you know how to care about me. Seito stretched out his hand and lightly touched Mitarashi Anko's cheek, and while gently stroking it, he teased. Get lost, if you want to touch, go touch your own Anko. Mitarashi Anko unhappily waved her hand away Seito's hand and cursed. After saying that, she walked around Seito in front of her, and walked towards the living room. Jealous of law? Or envious of law? But before Mitarashi Anko could walk away, Itose suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed her arm. He gently pulled Mitarashi Anko into his arms and hugged her. He lowered his head and smiled at her. Don't talk nonsense. Who would be envious of a guy like you? Mitarashi Anko curled her lip. Seeing this, Seito faintly smiled, and suddenly lowered his head and kissed Mitarashi Anko's slightly open lip. Under her astonished expression, he stretched out his tongue and tangled it with hers. After the initial shock, Mitarashi Anko, who had recovered from her shock, fiercely shook off Seito's kiss, and with a somewhat complicated expression, she shouted angrily, Are you worthy of Red doing this? Before I came here, I already told Red. Seito vaguely replied. As for what exactly he said, he let Mitarashi Anko guess it herself. Sure enough, after hearing this, Mitarashi Anko really thought too much. She was very confused about her good friend Red's thoughts, and didn't understand what Red meant. In the end, Mitarashi Anko, who didn't understand, asked in a low voice, What does Red mean? I've already come here, what else could it mean? Seito took a step forward and stood in front of Mitarashi Anko, and while pulling open her white shirt, revealing the curse mark on her shoulder, he continued to answer in an ambiguous manner. What are you doing? Mitarashi Anko, who felt a chill on her body, asked with a frown. However, she indeed didn't dodge, and allowed her left chest to be exposed. Naturally, I'm admiring your body, Seito said ambiguously, and at the same time, he deliberately stretched out his tongue and licked Mitarashi Anko's shoulder that had the curse mark on it. You better be honest with me first. Tell me clearly, what does Red mean? Mitarashi Anko slightly pushed Seito away, and stared at him without blinking, and asked with a frown. Red didn't object to me bringing you home, but she felt that now wasn't the right time, so she didn't want me to provoke you and give you more trouble. Seito shrugged as he spread his hands in front of him. Chapter 1043. Since Kurenai said so, why did you still provoke me? Anko Mitarashi, who understood Kurenai's meaning, was silent for a while before she spoke in a low voice. Because I'm a pervert. Seito chuckled. I'm being serious with you, Mitarashi Anko said loudly with a dissatisfied expression. Because I don't want you to feel bad, Seito said seriously with a calm expression. Then, he chuckled and teased, after all, I'm your first love. No matter what, I have to let you have a perfect ending. Anko Mitarashi, who fell silent after hearing Seito's answer, immediately shouted angrily, You bastard, go die. Shadow Snake Hand. Anko Mitarashi raised her arm, and 4 or 5 black snakes shot out from her sleeves, opening their mouths to bite Seito's body. Seito smiled when he saw this, and disappeared from the front of the Shadow Snake Hand's attack, appearing in front of Anko Mitarashi. He stretched out his arms and hugged Anko Mitarashi's body, and with a kick of his feet, both of them fell onto the sofa in the living room, pressing Anko Mitarashi under his body. Then, Seito lowered his head and kissed Anko Mitarashi's lips again. Anko Mitarashi subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. Anko Mitarashi, who had a bold personality to begin with, completely let go at this time, and took the initiative to cooperate with Seito's kiss. You actually used such a powerful space-time ninjutsu to bully a woman. If other ninjas knew about this, they would curse you. I wonder how many people will be cursing you from the ground. After a moment, Anko Mitarashi, who had separated from Ito Seiji, said sarcastically, Techniques are meant to be used. As for whether to use them in battle or in daily life, it's up to the individual. In any case, I don't think there's anything wrong with using techniques so flexibly. Seito covered Mitarashi Anko's exposed breasts with one hand and gently kneaded and played with them while retorting indifferently. Let go. I don't intend to accept you yet. Anko Mitarai raised her head and glanced at Seito's mischievous palm as she spoke. You're already like this, yet you're still so stubborn. You really don't mean what you say. After stroking Seito a few more times, he withdrew his hand and sat up. She didn't even bother to tidy her clothes. Anko Mitarashi laughed as she sat up from the sofa. Take off your clothes, Seito said. Don't try to get too close. Anko Mitarashi's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as she threatened. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm telling you to take off your clothes because I'm going to solve the problem of your curse, you idiot. Seito said snappily. Who are you calling an idiot? Anko Mitarashi stared at Seito angrily as she questioned him. Who's the one answering? Who is it? Ito-sei curled his lips. Bastard. I won't forgive you. Anko Mitarashi said frantically. She immediately pounced at Seito again. With Seito's body, Anko Mitarashi naturally couldn't succeed. However, she wasn't willing to give up just like that, so she chased after Seito relentlessly in the room. At the same time, Anko Mitarashi continuously used close-range combat skills such as Hidden Shadow Shooter, Kunai Projectile, and Anko Mitarashi, who was dodging all over the place. Just like that, the two of them messed around in the room for more than 10 minutes. After destroying most of the things in the room, Anko Mitarashi finally stopped. My room. Mitarashi Anko completely ignored her body that was completely exposed, and only looked at the messy environment around her as she went crazy. You'll be responsible for all the damages. Anko Mitarashi suddenly turned her head to look at Seito and declared. Why should I? Didn't you destroy everything? Seito said while rolling his eyes. Not only did you see and touch my body, you even kissed my lip. If you don't take responsibility, then who will? Anko Mitarashi replied, as if it was a matter of course. Okay, I'll take responsibility for all the damages. Seito was stunned for a moment, but he simply nodded and agreed. Anko Mitarashi nodded in satisfaction after seeing Seito agree. She began to take off her white shirt, exposing her body that was only wearing a pair of light yellow underwear to Seito. What should I do next? Anko Mitarashi asked Seito without hesitation, except for her cheeks that were slightly red at the beginning. You don't need to do anything, just endure the pain. Seito said as he slowly walked in front of Anko Mitarashi. Just pain? That's too simple. Anko Mitarashi said with an indifferent expression. I hope you still have the strength to say that later. Seito said softly as he took out a writing brush and prepared cinnabar. Then, under Anko Mitarashi's confused gaze, he dipped the writing brush in cinnabar and began to draw on Anko Mitarashi's shoulder. After a while, a ceiling formation similar to the evil ceiling formation that Anko Mitarashi remembered appeared on her shoulder, surrounding the 3 pitch-black jade runes in the center. Then, Seito returned the cinnabar and writing brush to the space, and took out a Taoist evil punishing talisman. It's about to start, endure it. Seito said to Anko Mitarashi as he covered the talisman on the seal. Come. Anko Mitarashi nodded with a firm expression. Seito didn't waste any more words, and immediately activated the talisman in his hand. In an instant, the talisman covering Anko Mitarashi's shoulder suddenly lit up. Then, it started burning without any fire. Then, the slowly burning crimson flame was like a living insect that drilled into the inside of the talisman. Ah! The next moment, Anko Mitarashi opened her mouth and let out an extremely painful scream. However, Mitarashi Anko obviously did not want to be the only one to suffer the pain. So, after shouting, Mitarashi Anko immediately reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's arm. She opened her mouth and bit down on it. Looking at Anko Mitarashi's complacent expression that was quickly drowned by the pain, Seito was completely speechless. However, at this moment, as the flame completely drilled into the seal and burned it red, the formation that Seito had drawn on Anko Mitarashi's shoulder in advance also began to move. The strange runes written on it were like little insects, and scrambled to drill into the red seal. Ugh! Anko Mitarashi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from her throat due to the intense pain. This burning state lasted for about 2 minutes, and then ended with a miserable scream that sounded like an auditory hallucination, and slowly began to return to normal. Phew! Anko Mitarashi, who had finally finished enduring, felt her legs go soft and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Seito immediately stretched out his hands and took Anko Mitarashi into his arms, and brought her to the only intact bedroom in the room. That voice just now, you heard it right? Anko Mitarashi, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, asked Seito, who was sitting on the edge of her bed. Yeah. Seito nodded in confirmation. Then, he covered Anko Mitarashi with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold, while looking at the somewhat silent Anko Mitarashi and said softly, From now on, you will no longer be affected by the seal, and can even use its power as you wish, making it your trump card. Anko Mitarashi's eyes moved, but she didn't say anything. Well, you have a good rest, I'm leaving, I'll come to see you next time. Seito first leaned over and kissed Anko Mitarashi's forehead, and said softly, You're not going to take me with you? Anko Mitarashi, who thought of something, looked at Seito, who was about to stand up and leave, and asked, If I really had to take you with me, would you be willing to go with me? Turning around, he looked down at Anko Mitarashi on the bed and asked softly. Anko Mitarashi opened her mouth, but didn't say anything for a long time. But in this case, even if he didn't answer, it was no different from answering. Seito smiled slightly, and used instant transmission to disappear from Anko Mitarashi's eyes. Seito, who appeared on the street of Konoha, first stood in place, tilted his head and thought, then used instant transmission to disappear again, and appeared on the top of Hokage's office building, then jumped down from the roof, and went in through an open window. Who? In the next second, a woman's voice sounded in Seito's ears. But then, the tone of the woman's voice changed, and she shouted again. It's you! Yo, long time no see, Shizun, Steelhand. Seito ignored Shizun, who was in an attack posture, and aimed the poison arrow at himself, and greeted the 2 women in the room. You actually dare to come back, Do you really think I won't do anything to you? The blonde woman, Steelhand, who was wearing black pants, a short gray bathrobe, and a green coat, looked at Sei-Ito and said in a stern voice, "It's not easy for me to come back. Don't fight and kill as soon as you see me." Sei-Ito said with a helpless expression, "Why did you come back?" Steelhand asked with a completely different meaning. "It's not a big deal, just to tell you to be careful. Iwagakure and Kumogakure may be a little unstable recently." Sei-Ito replied with a slightly serious expression. "What do you mean?" Steelhand frowned and asked. "Iwagakure's Gobi Jinchuriki, Kumogakure's Nibi Jinchuriki, and Kumogakure's Nibi and Hachibi Jinchuriki have been captured. Although they won't announce it to the public, they will definitely do something secretly. Although I am now a traitor of Konoha, you, Shizune, and some others are still in this village. I don't want to see you get hurt." Sei-Ito explained with a smile. Chapter 1044. How did you know such secret information? The cautious Steelhands questioned. "It's very simple, because the person who took them away was me." Sei-Ito replied with a big smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to have grown to this point." Steel looked up and down at Sei-Ito and said in a deep voice. Then he asked again, "Why are you doing this?" "Because it's necessary," Sei-Ito said lightly. "Since it's necessary, then presumably your goal should not only be the 3 Jinchuriki, but also the other Jinchuriki." Steel looked at Sei-Ito with a sneer on his face and said, "Indeed." Sei-Ito nodded casually to confirm. "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Seeing Sei-Ito admit it so straightforwardly, Steel was stunned at first, then he said lightly, "I won't be your enemy." Sei-Ito shook his head slightly and looked at Steel with a firm expression. "Judging from what you are doing now, we are destined to stand on the opposite side." Steel shook his head and said, "If those elders are looking for trouble, I can help you get rid of them," Sei-Ito said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Steelhand's mind moved, thinking about whether he should cooperate with Ito-sei and let him kill the elders of the Elders' Council, especially Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, these 3 old farts. Steelhand-sama. Shizune, who was afraid that Steelhand would make a mistake, quickly called out, "Shizune, Konoha's Steelhand is the Hokage now. If the elders are too arrogant, Steelhand will be overthrown." Without waiting for Steelhand to speak, Sei-Ito turned to look at Shizune and said with a smile. Of course, these words were a bit alarmist. With Steelhand's status as one of Konoha's first generation, second generation, third generation disciple, one of the 3 Sannin, and a master in the medical field, even if the elders were arrogant, it was impossible for them to completely control Steelhand. At most, they could use other ways to restrict Steelhand's hands and feet, so that they could better control Konoha's power. "Stop talking nonsense, you traitor of Konoha! Are you trying to sow discord between me and the Elders' Council? Don't even think about it." He still didn't give her a chance to speak. Steelhand shouted righteously. However, Sei-Ito didn't care what she said. There were other hidden meanings within. "Then pretend I didn't say anything." With an ambiguous smile on his face, Sei-Ito blinked and replied. At the same time, he took out an iron plate with Flying Thunder God's positioning tactic and quietly sent it into Steelhand's lapel with his teleportation ability. Suddenly feeling a chill in his chest, Steelhand's expression changed. He stared deeply at Sei-Ito. A look of surprise and fear flashed through his eyes. "Okay. I've finished my words. I'm leaving," Sei-Ito said with a smile on his face. After that, he bent his legs and stepped on the window frame, making a gesture of preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" At this moment, suddenly, Shizune shouted and shot the poisonous arrow on her arm at Sei-Ito. Shio! The sharp poisonous arrow shot in front of Sei-Ito in an instant. But the speed of the poisonous arrow was fast, Sei-Ito's speed was faster. Before the poisonous arrow was about to hit him, Seito's figure had already disappeared from the window, making the poisonous arrow shot by Shizune hit empty air. Steel Hand-sama, do you want to issue a pursuit alert? Shizune turned her head and asked Steel Hand beside her. No need. Steel Hand shook his head and said, then lowered his head and raised his left hand, putting his palm into his lapel and fumbling. A few seconds later, as Steel Hand's palm pulled out, a 3 by 3 centimeters square iron plate with other patterns engraved on the surface appeared in her palm. This is Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Looking at the familiar pattern on the iron plate, Steel Hand frowned and murmured. Steel Hand-sama, this is? Shizune, who also saw the iron plate in Steel Hand's hand, asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Steel Hand clenched his palm, put away the iron plate, and then replied as if nothing had happened. Seeing Steel Hand's behavior, Shizune also understood what this meant. She tactfully put away the curiosity in her heart and continued to be her full-time secretary. On the other side, Seito, who left the Hokage office building, also extinguished the idea of leaving Konoha immediately. He jumped to the top of the Hokage cliff and sat down on one of the heads of the Hokage portrait. He looked at the thriving Konoha village under his feet, which had begun to decay in the power struggle, and was in a daze. Either he was bored and in a daze, or his real body entered the magic cube world to study the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Yoshiko. A day passed in a blink of an eye, and it was a starry night. Feeling that it was almost time, Seito didn't hesitate and immediately launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared, and then in the next second, he appeared in an ancient Nipponese building with a very aristocratic style. Sure enough, it's the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Looking at Seito, who suddenly appeared, Steel Hand took off his coat, wearing only black pants and a gray sleeveless jacket, and said faintly, "Where is Shizune?" Seito, who sat down directly, first looked at the surrounding environment and asked after he didn't find Shizune. "I sent her away," Steel Hand said. "Also, this kind of thing is really not suitable for her to hear. Although she will guess it afterward." Seito heard Steel Hand and chuckled. Then he slightly put away the smile on his face and looked at Steel Hand's bright face with a serious face and said, "But you really changed. Before this, I don't think anyone would have thought that you were in the mood to deal with the elders." Steel Hand sighed with a face full of emotion and didn't speak. "What do you want to do?" After a pause, Steel Hand looked at Seito seriously and asked. "In order to be with you forever, I need to get this world." Seito looked at Steel Hand and said. "Don't joke," Steel Hand said with a dissatisfied frown. "I'm not joking. If I wasn't interested in you, why would I treat you like that in the world constructed by Genjutsu?" Seito retorted with a smile. Hearing Seito's words, Steel Hand's mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the Battle of Sannin. She was affected by hemophobia and was molested by Seito in the Genjutsu world constructed by Seito. Immediately, Steel Hand's heart was angry, and chakra erupted all over his body as he half knelt on the tatami and punched Seito. Seito, who was motionless, stretched out his right arm and blocked Steel Hand's fist with his palm. Then, he used Taiji Fist and skillfully diverted the power of Steel Hand's fist to all parts of his body and resisted it with his own energy. Huh! In this way, other than the wind from the fist blowing up Ito Seiji's clothes, Ito Seiji's body and the objects around him were not affected by the impact at all. Although Steel Hand didn't punch with all her strength, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Seito easily blocked her monstrous fist. At this time, Seito clenched his fist and pulled Steel Hand's body in front of him. He stretched out his left arm and hugged her waist, pressing her into his arms. "I like to do what I say," Seito said vaguely with Steel Hand's earlobe in his mouth. "Ah!" Steel Hand, whose earlobe was attacked, shouted angrily and struggled fiercely. "Kacha!" At this time, a crisp sound was heard, and a large number of wood chips splashed in all directions. Only half of the wooden figure with a human lower body was left on the ground where Sei Ito was originally sitting. Pa! Then, a soft sound was heard again in the room. Plop! Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared behind Steel Hand, hit her with his palm. Steel Hand's upper body fell heavily on the ground, as if she was a newborn child who hasn't learned how to control her body. Her limbs swept randomly. This is one of the medical ninjutsu that Steel Hand taught to Sei Ito, Flickering Rush. It's a ninjutsu that converts chakra into electronic signals and sends them into the enemy's body, destroying the enemy's nerve conduction signals, making the enemy unable to effectively control their body. Really, your temper is still so bad, Sei Ito, who squatted beside Steel Hand and helped her to sit in a cross-legged position, shook his head and said with a chuckle. Steel Hand, who was temporarily unable to speak due to Flickering Rush, glared at Sei Ito with fire in her eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito once again reached out and touched around Steel Hand's neck, restoring the normal transmission of nerve conduction signals above her neck. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed Steel Hand's hands, looked at her and said softly, "Steel Hand, help me get this world. I'm not interested in cooperating with a madman." If it weren't for the fact that her body was temporarily out of control, Steel Hand, who wanted to pull her hands back, said loudly, "You know, I'm not a madman. So listen to my plan," Sei Ito said while playing with Steel Hand's soft hands. Then, Sei Ito said the real number of tailed beasts in his hand. That is to say, except for the Kyubi and the Ichibi, the other 7 tailed beasts have all fallen into my hands. Sei Ito looked at Steel Hand, whose expression changed slightly, and said lightly, "And the villages where these 2-tailed beasts are located are Konoha and Wind Village, and they are 2 countries in the alliance. What if after a while, the 3 villages of Rock, Mist, and Cloud discover that all the villages have lost tailed beasts, but only Konoha and Wind Village haven't lost any tailed beasts? Do you know how many people will be killed by this?" Steel Hand, who thought of the serious consequences arising from this, looked at Sei Ito sternly and questioned him. "I know, but even without me, this kind of thing will happen, and it will happen more seriously than now, and I'm just triggering this result in advance and executing it in the best direction," Sei Ito said without changing his expression. Chapter 1045. P.S. Thanks to Red Moon Lily for her precious monthly votes, and thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their rewards. High-quality updates are coming. You should have heard of the organization Akatsuki, right? Sei Ito didn't wait for Tetsuyu to refute. As soon as the name Akatsuki came out, Tetsuyu, who always had anger in her eyes, frowned. Obviously, she has heard of this organization, and she also has an understanding of this organization. Akatsuki is an elite organization formed by a group of S-class felons who defected from various ninja villages. There are a total of 10 members, and 3 of them are people you know. They are the puppeteer of the original Sand Village, Sasori, Konoha's defected ninja, Uchiha Itachi, and one of the 3 people who are as famous as you, Orochimaru. Sei Ito looked at Tetsuyu, whose expression kept changing with his statement, and said softly, "Orochimaru is also a member of Akatsuki?" Tetsuyu frowned and asked, "Originally. But now he has defected, and is currently avoiding the pursuit of Akatsuki." Sei Ito replied. "In addition, among the members of Akatsuki, there are old monsters who used to be in the same period as Hashirama, Kakuzu, the remnants of the destroyed evil god sect, Haiden, Kirigakure's defected ninja who invaded Konoha with Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, one of the 7 swords, Iwagakure's disciple, Deidara, who uses explosion-release ninjutsu, and Zetsu, who is responsible for collecting information." Sei Ito, who once again brought the topic back to the topic, continued to introduce the members of Akatsuki. "Who are the other 2 people?" Seeing Sei Ito suddenly stop talking, Tetsuyu asked. "Jiraiya's apprentice, 2 of the 3 youths you have seen in Shinobi World War III. Seito said with a wicked smile on his face. The time between World War III and the present was neither too long nor too short, but after all, 13 or 14 years had passed. In addition, when Jiraiya accepted Nagato, Konan, and others as apprentices, Steel Hand and Orochimaru had already left. Steel Hand really couldn't remember who the so-called 3 teenagers were for a while. But these are not important for you and me. The most important thing is the name of the actual controller behind Akatsuki organization. Itose paused for 3 or 4 seconds to let Steel Hand recall, and said again. Hearing this, Steel Hand, who was completely attracted by the information about Akatsuki, immediately looked up at Seito with a puzzled look in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, Seito said. High-quality updates are coming, impossible. That guy should be dead by now. Steel Hand, who fully understood the significance of this name to Konoha and even to the ninja world, said loudly. Even Kaku, who was at the same time as Hashirama, appeared in Akatsuki. Why can't Madara, who was Hashirama's opponent, live until now? Seito asked without hesitation. As soon as this statement came out, Steel Hand's expression immediately froze. Steel Hand frowned and fell silent. And I can tell you very clearly that the purpose of Uchiha Madara's establishment of Akatsuki is to collect bijou and then launch a war on the entire ninja world to fulfill his ambition. Seito once again told Steel Hand a piece of shocking news. Now, you understand. Pausing for a few seconds, Seito said softly. This is just your side of the story. I have no interest in cooperating with a dangerous guy like you. Although he was already convinced in his heart, he still thought from the Hokage's standpoint. Steel Hand, who took a deep breath to calm down, refused without hesitation. That's a pity. Seito let go of Steel Hand, who had been holding and playing with her hands since the beginning of the conversation, and sighed. Then he stretched out his right hand and pinched Steel Hand's chin, and kissed Steel Hand's lips fiercely. Steel Hand, who could only move her head, subconsciously shook her head and struggled. However, the strength of the head movement was completely inferior to the force of Seito's palm, so until the end of the kiss, Steel Hand couldn't really get rid of it. This kiss is the reward for hiring me to assassinate those old guys. I hope that after you completely control Konoha, you won't do anything to make me sad. Itose leaned over and gently stroked Tetsujin's cheek with his palm, and said with a chuckle. After that, he patted Steel Hand's neck with one hand, and while removing the flickering body technique, he left a flying thunder god on Steel Hand's body, and then without waiting for Steel Hand to regain control of her body, he launched instant transmission and disappeared from Steel Hand's eyes. Damn it! Steel Hand, who regained control of her body, cursed angrily and punched the ground in front of her. Boom! Under the bombardment of the monstrous strength fist, the ground in front of Steel Hand was immediately hit by her fist, creating a huge hole. Steel Hand-sama. Hearing the sound, Shizen's concerned voice immediately came from outside the door. I'm fine. Steel Hand, who was holding back her anger, replied impatiently. Then he suddenly remembered something and shouted at the door. Shizen! Wow! Steel Hand-sama. Shizun, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately opened the horizontal door and appeared in the room. High-quality update, go and find Kakashi, Steel Hand ordered as he pulled out his arm as if nothing had happened. Yes. Shizen glanced at the hole on the ground in the room, she suppressed the doubts in her heart and immediately responded. Then she turned and left the room and quickly went to the village to find Kakashi. On the other side, Itose, who used instant transmission to leave the house, moved very quickly. Relying on the information he had as a medical ninja in Konoha, he quickly rushed to Hamura's house. In less than 10 seconds, Seito arrived outside Hamura's house. Standing in a dark corner, Itose took a deep breath, closed all the pores on his body, and sent the energy in his body back to his dantian. He reduced his heartbeat and let his life aura enter the lowest stage, so as not to expose himself in the next dive. After all, although Hamura was old, he was still the leader of the team. There was no need to doubt his strength. It was very likely that if he didn't pay attention, this old guy would find some clues and effect the assassination. A few seconds later, Ito-sei, who was in a weakened state like a hibernating animal, suddenly jumped over the outer wall of the house like a bird and entered the courtyard of the mansion. As one of the most powerful people in Konoha, his house was naturally not small. It was a large classical Japanese-style building with a rockery, a courtyard, and a gurgling stream. More than a dozen ninjas and direct umbu guards were stationed in every corner of the courtyard. The courtyard was like an iron barrel, leaving almost no blind spots. Ito-sei, who was hiding in the grass, quickly looked at the environment in the courtyard and determined the location of the main room according to the layout of the Japanese-style building. Then, he launched instant transmission and disappeared from the spot without any secret sentry. He appeared in the master bedroom that he had decided on. Ito estimated that no one would enter Konoha to assassinate him. There was no second disguise in the master bedroom. Mitokado Hamura, who was wearing a gray kimono, was kneeling in the middle of the room with an unknown scroll in his hand, quietly looking at the light. Seeing this rare opportunity, Ito-sei immediately spread out his spiritual force and cast genjutsu on Hamura Mitokado, who was still unaware of his surroundings. Mitokado Hamura was unknowingly trapped in an environment created by genjutsu. Then, Ito's figure flashed again and instantly appeared behind Mitokado Hamura. His hand was covered with wind energy, and he chopped at Hamura's neck. When his hand was about to touch Hamura's neck, Hamura immediately became alert. But before he could do anything, Ito's sharp hand chopped at his neck. Poof! With a soft sound and the sound of blood spurting out, Mito Minoto's head flew out of his body and fell to the ground beside him. Boom! After confirming Hamura's death, Ito didn't pay attention to how much world force he had obtained. After sprinkling some medicinal powder to cover the smell of blood, he immediately used instant transmission to leave the room. He rushed to Koharu's residence in the middle of the night. He wanted to assassinate Koharu before the alarm sounded. Ito-sei, who had teleportation, still took less than 10 seconds to arrive at Koharu's residence. Because Ito-sei was used to going to bed early, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, the assassination went smoothly. There was no resistance, and Koharu was sent to meet Mitokado Hamura and Sandame, her two former teammates. Ito-sei, who had some emotions in his heart, sighed silently. After sprinkling some powder to cover up the smell of blood, he didn't stay any longer. He left Koharu's bedroom and rushed to the stronghold of Root. As a person who always lived in the dark, Danzo's residence was just a decoration. His real bedroom had always been inside Root's headquarters. It wasn't easy to find him like Koharu and Hamura. So, after arriving at Root's headquarters, Ito directly appeared next to a shadow sentinel and used genjutsu to control him. Take me to Danzo. Ito, who had transformed into a shuriken and hid in the umbu's body, directly ordered the shadow sentinel with his telepathy. The umbu who received the order didn't say anything. He directly used instant transmission to leave his post and moved to Danzo's hiding place. But halfway there, he was intercepted by two other umbu members of Root. Signal, one of the umbu said coldly. Sensei, the controlled umbu replied in a low voice. Reason, the other umbu asked. We have important information to report to Danzo-sama. The other Dark Squad member quietly observed the Dark Squad member, who was under the illusion for 3 to 4 seconds. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious on him, another Dark Squad member followed him and continued to move into the inner part of the building. During this process, the controlled Dark unit was intercepted several times before they finally reached the end of the journey. They entered a small, dark room with no windows and only a few candles for illumination. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, Danzo appeared in the small room in his usual black and white kimono. "What's the matter?" Danzo, who was sitting on the main seat, looked coldly at the Umbu kneeling on the ground. Reporting to Danzo, the controlled Umbu bowed his head and said respectfully. But before he could finish his words, the controlled Umbu suddenly stood up and threw 4 or 5 shurikens at Danzo. Humph! In the face of this sudden attack, Danzo's face turned cold, and with a cold snort, he took out a shuriken and waved it in front of him. A light blue wind energy visible to the naked eye instantly rushed out of the shuriken and cut off the incoming shuriken. Puff! Danzo used his special shuriken to cut the shurikens flying towards him in half. With a soft sound, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. He waved his hand and summoned celestial clouds to meet Danzo's special shurikens. The moment the two collided, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. Danzo's special shuriken was immediately cut in half by Tingyun's katana, and it went straight towards Danzo's hand. Seeing this, Danzo immediately threw away the remaining half of his shuriken and used instant transmission to escape from celestial clouds. At this time, the Umbu member who was controlled by Danzo suddenly appeared in front of Danzo and used taijutsu to attack him. Although Danzo only has one hand, his taijutsu is not bad at all. He easily resisted the attack of the Umbu controlled by Genjutsu. He was ready to call someone to capture the enemy. But before he could say anything, Ito-sei, who used instant transmission to appear on the right side of his body, had already stabbed the tip of Tian Songyun towards his head. On the right side of Sei Ito's body, Danzo didn't want to die like this. He closed his mouth and cleverly met the Umbu's attack. Taking advantage of the opponent's strength, he dodged Sei Ito's attack. Sei Ito wasn't discouraged. He directly stepped forward and once again appeared beside Danzo and swung his sword at Danzo's head. Danzo lowered his body and dodged Sei Ito's attack. His left arm was on the ground, his right foot was stretched out, and he turned around to sweep Sei Ito's legs. Perceiving the situation under his feet, Sei Ito sneered. First, he quickly lifted his foot to avoid Danzo's leg. Then, without waiting for Danzo's other leg to kick, he lifted his leg again and stepped on Danzo's leg. Gotcha! Boom! Danzo's leg was instantly crushed by Tensa's kick, and a large crack appeared on the solid ground. As a result, the originally hidden sneak attack was no longer hidden. At the same time, the two Umbu who were originally guarding the door immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. Chapter 1046. Kill them for me. Danzo endured the pain from his leg, and ordered the two Umbu who rushed in. The two Umbu who received the order didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used the body flicker jutsu to rush towards Sei Ito and the Umbu under his control. Humph! Sei Ito coldly snorted and quickly swung his celestial clouds sword towards Danzo's broken leg. With a muffled sound, celestial clouds sword instantly cut through Danzo's broken leg, completely separating his calf from his thigh. Ah! Danzo couldn't help but scream due to the severe pain from his broken leg. Immediately after that, Sei Ito who cut off Danzo's leg flashed and disappeared from the Umbu's attack, and then suddenly reappeared behind the Umbu who was attacking him and swung his sword towards the Umbu's body. Puff! With a soft sound, a large amount of blood sprayed out from the Umbu's back. Ito-sei didn't dodge the blood that splashed over. He directly kicked out with his foot, using his full strength to kick the lumbar spine of the Umbu who had a knife wound on his back, and sent him flying. Gotcha! In midair, a crisp sound of bone cracking came from the Umbu's lumbar spine. Wind release. True void wave. At some point, Danzo's arm was wrapped with medical bandages, and his arm was shackled with a huge wrist lock. He quickly made several hand seals, opened his mouth, and spat out a straight sharp wind blade at Ito-seiji. Danzo is indeed a veteran ninja with rich combat experience. This wind blade attack just happened to block the transition point of Itosei's movement and the exposed opening of his body, making it impossible for Itosei to dodge. But then, a dark round hole with a magnificent blue light on the outside appeared in front of the wind blade, swallowing the wind blade that was sent out by Danzo. In the next moment, the same hole suddenly appeared on Danzo's waist, and the wind blade that had just been swallowed immediately shot out, hitting Danzo, who couldn't dodge in time. Danzo's body was cut in two from the waist. Puff! A large amount of blood and internal organs gushed out from the cut in Danzo's body. Danzo-sama! The Umbu who was about to kill the ninja under Seito's control was shocked. At the same time, he attacked several times in a row, trying to force the ninja away so that he could save Danzo. However, seeing Danzo's death, the ninja's morale suddenly rose, and at the cost of one or two more serious injuries, he desperately entangled the Umbu. At this time, Danzo also knew that it was not the time to hide his trump card. He quickly raised his left hand and touched the bandage on his face, trying to expose the Sharingan transplant in his right eye. Seeing this, Seito didn't want to let him do as he wished. He immediately used instant transmission to appear next to Danzo and slashed his sword at his right eye. Puff! In the next moment, blood gushed out from the celestial clouds' sword. But this blood didn't come from Danzo's body, but from the lumbar spine of the ninja who was kicked by Seito. And it came from the ninja who was seriously injured and couldn't move. It turned out that when Seito's sword was about to fall, Danzo used the ninja's body as a substitute and used it to bear Seito's attack. On the other side, Danzo stretched out his hand and exposed the Sharingan in his right eye. After dealing with the ninja, Seito put the celestial cloud's sword on the ground, closed his eyes, and released a fire-release ninjutsu. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In an instant, a thick fire dragon emerged from the void in front of Seito. Its body twisted like a snake and flew towards Danzo. Seeing this, the Umbu, who completely disregarded the genjutsu controlled by Itosei's genjutsu, activated the body flicker jutsu and appeared in front of the fire dragon, replacing Danzo with his body to take the attack of the fire dragon. Ah! That dark unit member only had time to let out a hurried scream before his body turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Humph! Seeing this, Itosei snorted coldly and waved his hand to summon a dozen white papers that were as thick as an English-Chinese dictionary. He clapped his hands together and scattered them. In an instant, the scattered sheets of paper seemed to have a life of their own and became straight and sharp like a blade. They flew towards Danzo, who was still casting genjutsu with his Sharingan. Wind Release. Vacuum Great Jade. Danzo's complexion slightly changed, and he quickly formed several hand seals with both hands, inhaled and exhaled a huge vertical shockwave from his mouth. Under the impact of the shockwave, the papers that were about to reach Tanaka were instantly blasted apart, turning into countless small pieces of paper that fluttered down to the ground. At this time, a blue figure flashed through the air and quickly appeared in front of Danzo. He waved his katana several times. Puff, 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 puff. Several muffled sounds were heard, and Danzo's remaining arms and eyes were separated from his body under the attack of celestial clouds. Why didn't you fall for my genjutsu? Danzo, who had turned into a human puppet, questioned loudly. Although Kodo Amatsukumi's ability is strong, like Tsukimi, it's a kind of dojutsu that requires visual assistance. As long as I don't look at your eyes, it won't work at all, Seito explained in a flat tone. After saying that, without giving Danzo a chance to speak, he waved his katana and cut off Danzo's head from his body. Idiot, you clearly have so many Sharingan at your disposal, but you still use sealing jutsu to seal them. You deserve to be killed by me. Seito, who had been quietly guarding Danzo for more than a minute, said with a disdainful look on his face. Then, Seito, who put away celestial clouds, took out a shuriken and threw it at the ninja who was lying on the ground. Even if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to live for long. After doing all this, Seito looked at the situation in the room again. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a cluster of weak flames that looked like it could be extinguished at any time, and threw it at Danzo's body. Boom! As soon as the flame fell on Danzo's body, it burned fiercely as if it had come into contact with gasoline. Almost in the blink of an eye, Danzo's broken body was burned into charcoal. Then, Seito used the same method to burn the other two corpses. After that, he used instant transmission to escape from Root's headquarters and moved towards the Uzumaki clan settlement in the corner of Konoha. Soon, Ito-sei's figure appeared in the empty Uzumaki clan settlement, which is not much worse than the Uchiha clan settlement, and went straight into a room that looks like a museum of mask craftsmanship. He reached out his hand and took a Yakuza mask from the wall that was hung with masks made in the image of the Yakuza in Neon Legend. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Why can't I hurt the Shinigami by putting on this thing? Is it also because of the idol theory? Seito looked at the Yakuza mask in his hand and frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, Seito still couldn't figure out the reason, so he waved his hand and put all the masks on the wall into the Rubik's Cube world. Standing in the same place, Kuroda thought for a while and found that there was really nothing in Konoha that was worth his time. He used instant transmission to leave the Uzumaki clan settlement, and then through the village barrier, he left Konoha and headed towards the Rain Village. This night, Konoha's village was very restless. Halfway through, Seito, who didn't want to overwork himself, flashed into the Rubik's Cube world to rest. The next morning, he went out of the Rubik's Cube world again and returned to Naruto's world and continued to move towards the Rain Village. Because the matter wasn't urgent, it took Ito-Ching 4 or 5 days to finally arrive at the Rain Village of the Rain Country. The Rain Village was indeed worthy of the name of Rain, and it was raining heavily all year round. However, Seito knew that in addition to the normal weather, a large part of the rain here was caused by the Rikudo Pain. It contained his chakra, and he could clearly feel the enemy's movements that didn't belong to him. That's why the original story was discovered. At this time, I should have been discovered by Pain. Seito looked up at the rain falling from the sky and thought. Then Seito retracted his gaze, raised his hands in front of him, and quickly made hand seals, and shouted, "Mokutan, world of trees." As Seito's words fell, a large number of thick dark green branches broke out from the ground, and while rapidly growing longer and thicker, they quickly spread to the surroundings. In just a short time, the ground around him changed from mud, stone, steel, and other buildings into a vast emerald forest. But Seito still didn't stop there, and continued to stimulate the energy in his body to maintain the world of trees, so that all the trees created by ninjutsu could cover the entire Rain Village. Driven by this thought, the speed of the growth of the world of trees increased again, covering the land of the Rain Village more efficiently. During this period, whether it was the buildings or the ninjas living in the Rain Village, they were all entangled and killed by the high-speed growth of the trees. At this time, Conan no longer needed to use paper release to check, and Pain directly sent out his 6 Paths clone body to move towards the place where Seito first appeared. "I can't let you find me like this." Seito, who sensed the enemy's movement from the world of trees, chuckled lightly. While still maintaining the world of trees covering the Rain Village, he diverted some of his attention to control the growth of the trees to attack the 6 Paths clone body. Chapter 1047. Just as the 6 clones were about to be entangled by the branches that had suddenly appeared, the bald, tall man among the 6 clones, who looked very much like the Sand Nation, suddenly jumped up from the tree branch together with the other 6 clones. He extended both his hands and aimed at the branches that were growing crazily below him, shooting out 2 rockets. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, The branches that were growing on the trees were immediately blasted into smithereens, and all the trees within the range of the explosion were cleared. Judging from the other party's attack style through his senses, Sei-Ito could guess that the clone was Azura Dao of the 6 clones. Immediately after, the other male clone with a long ponytail who was among the 6 clones in the sky pressed one hand in the void, and a large number of tadpole-like pitch-black runes instantly spread out rapidly in all directions with his palm as the center. Then, with a soft puff sound, a huge flying bird suddenly appeared in midair, catching the 6 clones that were about to fall to the ground. This time, the one who made a move was Azura Dao of the 6 clones, who specialized in psychic summoning technique. The huge bird that caught the 6 clones flapped its wings, bringing about a strong gust of wind as it flew toward Sei-Ito's location. The huge bird's flying speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for it to reach Sei-Ito's sky. At this moment, Azura Dao was the first to jump down from the bird's back. At the same time, he extended both his hands and aimed at the ground below. Once again, he suddenly opened his wrists and shot out 2 rocket-like objects that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sei-Ito immediately leaped onto the tree trunk behind him, turning into a tree and disappearing into the forest. Boom! At the next moment, a violent explosion immediately rang out in the forest, razing the place where Sei-Ito had been standing to the ground. After completing this attack, Azura Dao immediately released the huge bird's summon. Then, apart from Tiandao, the other 4 clones jumped to the ground, forming a small circle with Azura Dao back to back. Their eyes darted left and right, searching for the enemy who was hiding somewhere. At this moment, the void flashed, and Sei-Ito's figure suddenly appeared in the small circle formed by 5 of the 6 clones. His body turned into a spinning top, and he launched an attack at the 5 clones. However, Tiandao's clone looked down from above. Sei-Ito's sudden appearance was immediately discovered. At the same time, he shared his vision with the other 6 clones. Therefore, apart from the first 2 attacks, the other attacks didn't land on the 6 clones, and they dodged the attacks with the body blink technique. At the moment when the other 5 clones fled, Tiandao directly stretched out his arm and aimed at Ito Sei below. Cast 10,000 statues of heavenly attraction. Under the sudden appearance of a powerful suction force, Li Yundong was stunned. Sei-Ito's body to the sky to. Midway. Sei-Ito's mind moved, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the suction of 10,000 statues of heavenly attraction and appeared in the midst of the sudden attack just now. He quickly marked the back of one of the 2 clones of the 6 paths, who was behind him with the positioning tactic. Due to Tiandao's attack, he viciously punched the back of Tiandao's back with the extraordinary strength fist, which was slightly exposed in the blind spot of Tiandao's vision. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, Tiandao's body, which was hit by the extraordinary strength fist, exploded with a huge wound on his back and chest. A large amount of blood instantly gushed out from the wound on Tiandao's body, splashing onto the ground. Even with the 6 paths clones' vitality, they immediately lost their ability to move after receiving such a degree of damage, and turned into broken corpses. Just as the other 6 clones' gazes fell on Sei-Ito, who had killed Tiandao, a palm suddenly stretched out from under Gakudeo's feet. Before he could react, it quickly grabbed Gakudeo's ankle and pulled him into the ground. Then, another Sei-Ito quickly appeared in front of Gakudeo's head. He bent down and stuck a dozen explosive talismans on Gakudeo's head. Seeing this, the other clones, who were about to charge at Sei-Ito, who had killed Tiandao, immediately split into 2. Shura Dao stretched out his right arm and aimed at Sei-Ito, and his 5 fingers suddenly shot out like 5 small missiles from his fingertip. They rapidly flew toward Sei-Ito's body and moved along with him. On the other hand, Naraka Dao held a strange weapon in his hand and charged at Sei-Ito, who had completed his mission of attacking Gakudeo. As for Chikishoto, he bent down and pressed his hands on the ground at the same time as the other 2 clones attacked, activating a psychic technique. In an instant, accompanied by a soft boom, a huge crab that was more than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters wide, as well as a huge pitch-black dog appeared beside Chikishoto. The psychic crab immediately opened its mouth and spat out a lot of white foam, covering the ground around Chikishoto and Shurato. After the hellhound sniffed like a dog, it chased after one of the Ito Seiho. Boom! At this moment, after a period of burning, the explosive talisman on Gakudeo's head finally exploded. After the smoke dispersed, although Gakudeo's appearance was somewhat miserable, he did not completely die in the explosion. He still broke free from the ground intact. On the other side, the two Seito who were being attacked by Shura Dao and Naraka Dao respectively used teleportation and lightning to enter the forest created by Mokutan. In the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared into the forest, causing the five-finger missiles launched by Shura Dao to hit the air and blow up a useless forest, causing the hellhounds summoned by Naraka Dao and Chikishoto to lose their target. The five eyes of Tiandao, Chikishoto, Shura Dao, Naraka Dao, and Gakudeo quickly turned, searching for Seito's figure in all directions. At this time, Seito, who was being searched by the 6 clones, appeared in the forest. He squatted down and placed his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to sense the aura of the ley line. After a while, Seito opened his eyes and immediately used his own energy to trigger the ley line under his feet, launching an attack in the way of the dragon ley alchemy technique. In the next moment, in the center of the ground that the 6 clones had vaguely vacated, dozens of thick and sharp icicles broke out of the ground one after another, attacking Shura Dao, Naraka Dao, and Gakudeo. Under the attack of the icicles, the Path of Azura, Path of Beast, and Path of Hell first dodged to the sides. On the other hand, the Path of Hungry Ghoul directly extended its hands to grab the icicles. It activated the special absorption ability of the Path of Hungry Ghoul to absorb the energy within the icicles and block the attack. After the icicles' attack was over, Seito, who discovered that the 6 clones had been temporarily separated, activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and appeared behind Shura Dao, one of the 2 clones that he had marked. He waved the sword of celestial clouds in his hand and cut it in half from top to bottom. After that, Seito, who had completed his attack, did not stop. He immediately activated teleportation before Cerberus rushed over, disappearing from the ground and appearing in mid-air. Then, when Tiandao looked over, he used teleportation again and directly appeared behind Tiandao's clone, slashing down with his sword. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a huge repulsive force spread out with Tiandao as the center. While blocking Seito's attack, it fiercely pushed him away. Then, Seito's mind moved, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and returning to the forest on the ground. It really King hurts, Seito cursed softly as he rubbed his chest. 4 more. He put down his hand, straightened up, and said to the 2 clones that had emerged from the trees. The 2 clones nodded and merged into the trees again. Then, Seito did not stay in the same place for long. He activated teleportation again and directly appeared next to Hungry Ghost Dao. He waved the celestial clouds and slashed at him. Hungry Ghost Dao's reaction was very direct. He immediately stretched out his hands and grabbed the celestial clouds in Seito's hand, activating his unique suction ability. Celestial clouds, destroy the heretics. Seito, who sensed Hungry Ghost Dao's actions, sneered. As soon as he said that, a strange power immediately erupted from the celestial clouds. Then, the same devouring power as Hungry Ghost Dao surged out from the blade, devouring Hungry Ghost Dao's unique devouring ability. As a result, under the stalemate between the 2 devouring powers, Hungry Ghost Dao's advantage instantly disappeared. Fortunately, there were still 3 other Daos around. Animal Dao's Hellhound and Naraka Dao's clone immediately rushed towards Seito, who had his blade grabbed. At that moment, A shadow clone rushed out of the forest and leaped in front of Animal Dao in the blink of an eye. It swung its fist toward Animal Dao's face. Although Animal Dao was psychic, it still had some physical skills. Therefore, under Seito's attack, it immediately raised its arm and blocked Seito's attack. However, at that moment another Seito rushed out of the forest. The moment it attracted Tiandao's attention, it formed a seal with both hands and shouted in a low voice, "Dark stealth technique." As soon as the words fell, an environment like a black curtain appeared on the battlefield in an instant, shrouding Chikishodo, Jigakudo, Gakido, and the three Itosei. Seeing the appearance of the black curtain, Seito's shadow clone, who was rushing toward Animal Dao, immediately took advantage of the moment when Animal Dao was stunned to turn around and kick Animal Dao's face, sending her flying out of the foam. With a pft sound, it exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Itosei, who was besieged by Jigakudo, Gakido, and Cerberus, quickly launched a few attacks to force Jigakudo and Cerberus back. Then, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from Gakido's sight. He chased after Chikishodo and created another shadow clone halfway, attacking Chikishodo from both sides. Under the pincer attack of Seito and the shadow clone, Animal Dao was immediately dismembered by celestial clouds' slash, losing all mobility. Chapter 1048. P.S. Thank you to Shirley and Nickfanny for your precious monthly vote. With the death of Chushido, the giant crab and hellhound that were summoned by Chushido turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared with a poof. At this point, only Tiandao, who was flying in the sky, and Purgatory, who was running on the ground, were left of the 6 clones. Disperse! At this moment, Seito, who had completed his attack on Chushido, shouted in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 1 true body and 2 shadow clones moved together. One of the true bodies immediately teleported to the sky and attacked Tiandao with his saber. The 2 shadow clones cooperated and rushed to the front of Purgatory and Hungry Gosto. They relied on each other to fight Purgatory and Hungry Gosto. Under the cooperation of the 2 shadow doppelgangers, the Purgatory realm quickly paid the price of one of the shadow doppelgangers being destroyed by the Hungry Ghost realm. The Purgatory realm had its body pierced through by the other shadow doppelgangers, following in the footsteps of the other shadow doppelgangers and losing its ability to move. Then, Seito, who had been entangled with Tiandao in the sky, suddenly flashed and appeared behind Hungry Gosto, who was entangled with the remaining shadow clones. He swung his saber and cut Hungry Gosto into 2. I didn't expect that I would be forced to this extent by you. Tiandao, who was the only surviving clone of the 6 clones, looked down at Seito, who had removed his shadow clones and left only his true body standing on the ground, and said indifferently, "Thank you for your compliment." Seito smiled as he extended his leg and used the tip of his foot to pick up Hungry Gosto's corpse on the ground in front of him. He then used teleportation to send it over Tiandao's head. Bang! As soon as the corpse of Hungry Gosto that suddenly appeared got close, it was immediately sent flying by the Shinra Tensei that Tiandao had cast. Seito smiled when he saw this. He used teleportation again and sent the corpses of Hungry Gosto and Purgatory to the top of Tiandao's head, smashing them over Tiandao's head. This time, Tiandao did not use Shinra Tensei to bounce the corpse away. Instead, he controlled his body to quickly move to the side and avoid the corpse's smashing attack. Seito, who used teleportation to appear beside Human Path's corpse, once again sent Human Path's corpse to the top of Tiandao's head. Tiandao still did not use Shinra Tensei and continued to move to avoid the corpse's smashing attack. "Your actions are useless," Tiandao said expressionlessly. "Really?" Itosei, who suddenly appeared beside Chikishodo's corpse, chuckled. With that said, he disappeared, and Tiandao's disappeared from the ground. He Tiandao's, he Tensei Ito with his left hand Tensei Ito's. At the same time, Ito-sei's figure flashed again and appeared behind Tendo. He stabbed Tendo's back with his sword. Under the joint attack of the corpse and the stab, Tiandao finally stopped dodging sideways. He used Shinra Tensei to form a strong repulsive force around his body and hit Seito and Chikashodo's corpses. He pushed one corpse and one corpse far away. Seito, who retreated like a cannonball, endured the pain in his body and quickly used teleportation to reappear in front of Tiandao. He waved his sword and slashed at Tiandao. When Tiandao used Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tensei, the greater the repulsive force and gravitational force created, the longer the interval between using it again. Therefore, Tiandao, who was in the cooldown period of the skill, had to use taijutsu to avoid Seito's attack. But when it comes to taijutsu, no one in the entire Naruto world can be compared with Seito, let alone Tiandao, whose taijutsu is not strong. So, after a few moves, Seito, who used the cheating skill of teleportation, cut his neck. In the slash, the head that was separated from the body rolled and fell to the ground with the corpse that lost the support of Tiandao's power. Plop! Tiandao's headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and drowning it. Seito, who finished dealing with Rikudo's doppelganger, flashed. He appeared next to Tiandao's corpse and put away Tiandao's corpse and the head that fell to the side. At the same time, he also flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Let me see where your hiding place is. With one hand holding the head of Tiandao's doppelganger, Seito used the Yamanaka family's secret jutsu to read the residual memory information in Tiandao's doppelganger's brain with his eyes closed. Is it there? After a while, Seito, who finished reading the information he wanted, said. Then, Seito put the head of Tiandao's doppelganger back next to the corpse and flashed back to the rain village in Naruto world. He moved at high speed toward the hiding place of Tiandao's doppelganger, which was searched from the memory of Tiandao's doppelganger. 10 seconds later, Seito successfully arrived outside the location of Pain's doppelganger. At the same time, a woman with a height of about 1.7 meters appeared in front of Seito, looking at him blankly. She was wearing a black coat with red clouds on a black base, so her figure couldn't be seen. She had light blue and purple hair, and a light purple paper flower on the right side of her head. Conan. Looking at the woman who appeared in front of him, Seito thought in his heart. Hand over the corpse you took away. Conan didn't make any move, but a large number of papers flew out of her body one after another, like a whirlpool surrounding herself and Ito Seiji. She said expressionlessly, "You want the corpse? Let me see Nagato first." Seito said lightly. Hearing Nagato's name being called out by Seito, Conan's pupils shrank immediately, and at the same time, the papers surrounding the two of them also changed into countless slender sunbon, aiming at Seito's body. For the last time, hand over the corpse. Conan, who ignored Seito's words, said again. So there's nothing to talk about? Then I have to do it myself. Seito looked at Conan and chuckled. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he directly disappeared from the encirclement of the 1,000 paper tomes that Xiao Nan had released. He appeared not far behind Xiao Nan, in a metal hole surrounded by countless huge pipes that looked like organ vent. His body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight inside. Seeing Seito's action, Conan's expression changed sharply, and her body instantly scattered into countless fine paper fragments, like a torrent of paper rushing into the tunnel behind Seito. However, Ito-sei's speed was too fast. By the time Conan's paper torrent reached the core position, Ito-sei had already used instant transmission to take Nagato, who had a pile of black pipes of different lengths inserted behind him, and his body was as thin as a match. His lower body was buried in a huge machine, and he disappeared from the pipe cave. They appeared in the Amigakure forest created by him using Mokuton, Tree World Descent. Nagato. Conan, who had just changed her body, looked at the empty cave and whispered with an ugly expression. Then her body scattered again. It turned into countless fine paper fragments and flew out of the cave, divided into several streams and flew out in all directions, and began to search the rain village for the whereabouts of Nagato and Sei-Ito. On the other side, Sei-Ito, who appeared in the forest, didn't dare to talk nonsense, and immediately used instant transmission on his hands. In an instant, Sei-Ito's hands from the middle of his forearms were cut off by a space section with a bright blue magnificent circle on the outside, and the inside was like a starry night sky. Then at the same time, Sei-Ito's disappearing front arm instantly drilled through the space section that suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Nagato, and the thumb, index finger, and middle finger of both hands were put together into a hook, piercing straight into Uzumaki Nagato's eyes, and forcefully dug out his rinnegan. Ah! Uzumaki Nagato, who had his eyes dug out, immediately let out a miserable howl. Sei-Ito, who had used instant transmission to retract his hands, didn't look at the rinnegan in his hands, and directly put it away, and directly held the celestial cloud's sword in his hand. With the help of his instant transmission ability, he directly pierced the sword into the heart of the screaming Uzumaki Nagato. The pain from his heart immediately made Uzumaki Nagato, whose eyes were full of blood, forget to scream, and with a stunned and unwilling look, he looked at his heart with empty eyes. At the same time, Nagato's mind began to replay his life, childhood, war orphan, meeting Conan and Yahiko, becoming a ranged shinobi, participating in the Third World War, meeting Jiraiya, learning ninjutsu from him, separating, forming the original Akatsuki, being deceived by Hanzo the Salamander, taking Conan and Yahiko's initiative to face the kunai, killing Hanzo's ranged shinobi for revenge, meeting Uchiha Madara and now, his death. Yahiko, I'm sorry, I've failed. After a while, Nagato murmured. After saying this sentence, Nagato, who didn't have much vitality left, immediately lost his last breath of life, and his head hung low, ending his magnificent life. After confirming Nagato's death, Ito-sei slowly walked to Nagato's body and sent it into the Rubik's Cube, placing it side by side with Yahiko's Tendo avatar. Then Sei-Ito's body flashed and disappeared from the forest, and appeared in a place with a wide field of vision in the rain village, and there were no buildings around to block him. He waited quietly. In less than half a minute, Conan's figure once again appeared in Ito-sei's line of sight, along with the countless fragments that swarmed in. Where's Nagato? Conan stared at Sei-Ito murderously and coldly asked. I've already killed him, Sei-Ito said lightly. At the same time, he turned his hand and took out the rinnegan, which still had blood on it, to make Conan believe him. Nagato. Seeing the rinnegan, Conan murmured emotionally. Taking advantage of this gap, Sei-Ito once again put away the rinnegan. Hand over Nagato's body and the rinnegan. Seeing the rinnegan disappear, Conan's murderous aura surged, and she controlled the pieces of paper that were hovering up and down around her body to shoot at Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito's body jumped back. In an instant, he disappeared into the void, and appeared in another position some distance away from the paper, and his hands formed a seal to release the fire dragon flame ball. The fire dragon's body was completely composed of flames, and it hovered to meet Conan's paper fragments. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion was heard at the intersection of the fire dragon and the paper. Under the burning of the flames, the fire dragon and the paper were burned. More than half of the paper fragments released by Conan were burned in an instant. But Conan, who has the paper god jutsu, can almost make paper with chakra, so after this batch of paper fragments was burned, Conan's body once again shot out a long line of paper fragments from 4 directions towards Sei-Ito. When Ito-sei saw this, he took the initiative to step forward and gave up his original position. At the same time, his body melted into the void again and appeared behind Conan. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge fireball at Conan. Boom! Conan's body, which was hit by the fireball, immediately burned violently. But in the next moment, a new Shao Nan emerged from the paper ball formed by the collision of the 4 pieces of paper. Fire release. Head engraving. Seito knew that a single fire release ninjutsu couldn't cause any damage to Conan, so he changed his hand seal and released another fire release ninjutsu that was powerful enough to burn a forest. In an instant, several large fireballs appeared in front of Seito and rushed towards Conan. Conan's body scattered, and once again turned into countless pieces of paper fragments that flew in all directions. But even so, a large number of paper fragments were burned to ashes under the attack of fire release. Head engraving, but it didn't hurt Conan's body too much. It just made her consume some chakra. Conan's paper jutsu is too flexible, it seems that I have to change my strategy, Seito thought. Then he ignored Conan, who was chasing after him, and used instant transmission to return to Amigakure, which was protected by the tree world. Then, Seito, who fell back to the ground, made a hand seal with one hand, and with a soft sound, a shadow clone of Seito appeared beside him. The shadow clone, which was connected to Seito's mind, nodded slightly, and took the initiative to reveal a little of its own whereabouts, attracting Conan's attention. Seito, who stayed in place, leaned over and pressed his hands on the ground, mobilizing the surrounding ley lines to transform the nearby ground. Seito's strange jutsu, which was similar to Earth Release Ninjutsu but also not Earth Release Ninjutsu, was like Ryumyaku Alchemy Jutsu but also not Ryumyaku Alchemy Jutsu. Under the control of Seito's strange jutsu, the ground gradually caved in with Seito standing as the center. At the same time, at the edge of the depression, which was more than 1 kilometer in diameter, the ground rose upward, forming an artificial volcanic crater with the center of the depression. However, this change was too obvious. Before the volcanic crater was half completed, Conan had already discovered the change in the landscape of Amigakure. She separated a paper clone to continue to chase Seito's shadow clone, while she landed on the ground, releasing countless paper fragments to search for Seito's trace. Seito, who discovered Conan's action, frowned and decisively gave up the volcanic crater that was only half completed. He used Taoist 5 elements release jutsu to disappear from the ground and sneaked into the ground. Chapter 1049. Of course, Seito, who had dived underground, didn't stop there. Instead, he stopped about 10 meters away from the surface and reformed his body to start again. First, Seito used the Rubik's Cube world to collect the surrounding soil. While using alchemy to reinforce the surface above his head, he also created a flat space 10 meters underground that was slightly smaller than the half-finished volcanic crater that he had created above. Then, after the space was opened, he leaned over and pressed his hands on the ground again. He used his mental power to connect with the ley line energy under his feet and guided the ley line energy to move according to his will. Under Seito's guidance, a huge red lotus array that just happened to fill the entire underground space appeared on the ground. But Seito still didn't stop there. He continued to mobilize the surrounding ground energy to fill the already drawn array, increasing the energy accumulation in the array. After all, if the energy was too little, let alone achieving the desired effect of Seito's plan, the red lotus flames produced might not even be able to fill the underground space. In this way, more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye while Conan's paper doppelganger was entangled with the shadow doppelganger above and Conan's main body was searching everywhere. At this time, the red lotus array drawn by ley line energy on the ground of the underground space had already reached a saturated stage. It was suffused with a reddish-yellow light. It looked like it would erupt with destructive power as long as it was ignited. If you want to play, let's play big. With a sneer, Seito flipped his hand and took out the sage stone that he had refined in the dark holy scripture world using Reika Kitami's bisexual body and demonic will. He used his teleportation ability to send it to the center of the array. Then, Seito didn't dare to hesitate for a second and quickly flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, the entire array burst out with an extremely dazzling red light. The berserk ley line energy was instantly attracted by the aura of the sage stone and completely exploded. Boom! In the next second, with a loud bang, a large amount of high-temperature flames instantly filled the entire underground space, quickly melting the surrounding soil into reddish-yellow magma. Then, under the impact of the ley line's energy, it broke through the soil barrier of less than 10 meters, forming a volcanic eruption. It erupted from the ground like a pillar of fire, covering most of the Rain Village. Under the cover of this attack range, Conan's body, Paper Doppelganger, and Itosei's Shadow Doppelganger were all wrapped in flames that rose into the sky. Wow! Outside the area covered by the pillar of fire, pieces of paper quickly gathered from other places to form a paper sky. Missing an arm, Conan's figure appeared in the forest of the tree world. Her clothes were tattered, and her hair was disheveled. She held onto a tree trunk with her remaining arm and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Conan, whose face was filled with resentment and sadness, turned her head with difficulty and looked in the direction of the pillar of fire that was gradually falling. Then, she resolutely retracted her gaze and dragged her embarrassed body that seemed like it was going to fall at any time and staggered out of the forest step by step. And because of her chakra consumption, she couldn't even use her own chakra. She couldn't even do something as simple as using paper to seal her wounds to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the wounds on her body were mostly charred by the fire pillars, so she didn't have to worry too much about the problem of blood loss. After more than a minute, as the ley line's energy calmed down, the pillar of fire that rose into the sky fell back into the pit created by Seito and completely disappeared. Only the pillar of fire was left. The Rain Village was still burning, and the scorched earth on the ground exuded blazing heat. Needless to say, under the attack of this pillar of fire, the Rain Village, which was basically eliminated by the tree world, was completely destroyed and disappeared from the ninja world. After about 2 or 3 minutes, with a splash sound, heavy rain fell from the sky above Amigakure. Then, after another 1 or 2 minutes, Seito's figure appeared on the ground again. What an exaggerated battle! At this moment, with a sudden distortion of space, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds and a wooden vortex-shaped mask on his face, only revealing a scarlet Sharingan, suddenly appeared not far away from Itosei and said in a joking tone, "What? Want to take advantage of me?" Seito glanced at the guy who used Hoodlum's name, pretending to be Uchiha Madara, but was actually Uchiha Obito. According to normal logic, first, he used a large-scale tree world, then he fought with Pain Rakudo, and finally, he fought with Conan for such a long time and created a powerful ninjutsu that can destroy a village. Unless Ito-Ching is a tailed beast, he shouldn't have much chakra left at this time. But it's a pity. Obito didn't know that Itosei's energy is still not exhausted, and even if it is, he can use the power of the world to quickly recover, so he can't take advantage of this situation. If you are willing to hand over the Rinnegan, it's not impossible for me to let you go, Obito said with a smile. I'm sorry, but that's my loot. I'm not interested in giving it to a stranger, Seito replied calmly. It seems that I have to do it myself, Obito said. As soon as his words fell, Seito immediately felt the distortion of space covering his body. Seito knew that Obito was going to catch him and put him in his own space, so he directly opened the space node he occupied and put himself in between space and space, disconnecting himself from the surface of Naruto's world, making Obito's attack ineffective. Seeing Itosei's space ninjutsu, which was obviously similar to his ethereal form, Obito's eyes moved. It's not that easy to take advantage of me. In the next moment, Seito, who got out of the space, sneered and used instant transmission to appear on top of Obito's head. Imitating Ghana Red Leaf, he used instant transmission to gather the surrounding space nodes to create a space reinforcement effect. Then he slapped Obito's body. Obito, who was still instinctively using the incorporeal form, immediately felt a heavy weight on his body, and his body flew backward at high speed. Then halfway back, Obito's body suddenly twisted, and he was about to hide in his own space. Seeing this, Itose quickly turned his hand and took out a piece of iron with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He used instant transmission to send it to Obito's physical body at this time, and entered Obito's different space with him. Then he threw the same piece of iron on the ground, launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and followed Uchiha Obito, who had not yet completely closed the space passage, into his different space. At the moment when Obito's body stabilized, Seito's figure appeared beside Obito and stabbed him in the chest. While squeezing Obito's heart, Seito released lightning energy to paralyze his nerve. Obito's pupils shrank as he couldn't believe that he was hit by such a fatal attack. While using his life-saving ninjutsu, Itoki's body returned to its original state and kicked Itoki's body in front of him. At this time, the scarlet color in Obito's eyes quickly disappeared, and even his eyelids were forcibly closed. However, in the next moment, Itose, who used the special space sense of instant transmission to quickly adapt to Obito's different space, once again used instant transmission to appear behind Obito. With the same hand knife, he stabbed Obito in the chest, and then with the help of the accompanying kick, Itose pulled Obito's heart out of his chest at the same time. How? Obito, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up, murmured in disbelief, "Why, Rin." Then, Obito, who gave up struggling, raised his hand and said as if he saw something, "Rin. Well, it seems that this is not the end." Seito, who threw Obito's heart aside, looked at the space that was beginning to distort and collapse because Obito was about to die, and whispered to himself. Then, without hesitation, he quickly rushed in front of Obito, who was in a trance and was about to take his last breath, and put him into the cube world. Then, he summoned the divine sword, Celestial Clouds, injected the force of space into the sword, and waved the celestial clouds in front of him. In an instant, a dark space crack appeared silently in front of Itose's eyes. At the same time, the looming connection with the Flying Thunder God that was left in the outside world became clear in an instant. Seito used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared from the space that was rapidly shrinking and collapsing, and returned to the Amige Cure that had turned into a scorched land. As long as I find Black Setsu, then kill Konan. Then I can deal with the last two Bijou. Seito thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito didn't stay in the same place for long, and quickly moved away, and then flashed into the cube world in an open space not far from the Amige Cure. He appeared next to Nagato, who was placed with Yahiko's body, and Obito, who was completely dead. Using the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu, he searched the memories of the two one by one, and recorded some of the powerful ninjutsu that only they knew and sent it to the library. An hour later, Itose ended the exploration of the memories in the two people's minds. Chapter 1050. Seito finished searching the memories of Obito and Uzumaki Nagato. First, he found a piece of cloth and used alchemy to make it look like the organization's costume. Then, he found a pair of contact lenses and covered his right eye to disguise it as a Sharingan. Finally, he made a mask that looked exactly like Obito's. After that, he returned to Naruto's world and used the method he found in Obito's mind to contact Zetsu. Then, Seito changed his technique again, and according to the method he found in Uzumaki Nagato's mind, he locked onto the ring worn by Konan. Over there. Seito turned his head to the southeast and whispered to himself. Then, Seito released his hand seals and rushed in the direction of Conan's location. Using instant transmission, Seito arrived at Conan's hiding place in less than a minute. In an instant, a dilapidated wooden house with moss on the outside appeared in Seito's sight. This house. It seems to be the house where Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko lived together when they were young. Looking at the image of the house in front of him, Seito couldn't help but recall the memory fragments in Nagato's mind. Itose, who extinguished this useless thought, immediately launched instant transmission to invade the wooden house. At this time, in the wooden house, the pale-faced Conan was lying flat on the only bed in the wooden house. Her brows were wrinkled, and her eyes were closed in pain. She was trying to rest and recover. He didn't know if it was because of the injury or some other reason, but as soon as Seito appeared in the house, Conan opened her eyes and looked sharply at Seito. "It's you." Conan sat up and said with a blank expression, "What are you doing here?" Obviously, because of the injury, Conan didn't notice that this Uchiha Obito wasn't the original Uchiha Obito. But whether he was Uchiha Obito or not, it didn't change the fact that this guy was an enemy in her mind, and she needed to be on guard. Seito obviously felt Conan's vigilant posture, but he didn't bother to answer. He directly moved to Conan's front. He grabbed Conan's arm with one hand and used his other hand as a knife and pierced Conan's throat. Puff! With a muffled sound, blood instantly gushed out of Conan's throat. Seito didn't want to fight after this fatal blow. He used instant transmission and retreated from Conan. He stood in front of the wall on the side of the wooden house. Conan's face was filled with pain, with unwillingness, sadness, and relief, covered her throat with blood with one hand and fell heavily on the beds of her throat. And gradually Conan's and gradually died. After more than a minute, when Conan was completely dead, Seito slowly walked back to Conan's side and put her body in the cube world, burying her with Uzumaki, Nagato, and Yahiko. Then Seito walked out of the wooden house and waved his hand to summon a fireball and threw it on the wooden house. Whoosh! The wood of the wooden house was a bit bad, so when it came in contact with the fireball, it immediately burned, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely wrapped in red and yellow flames. After doing all this, Seito's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the place, rushing to the place where he agreed to meet with Seito and Zetsu agreed to meet at the outside of the White Zetsu manufacturing base, which he learned from Obito's mind. It wasn't very far from the Rain Village. Seito, who used instant transmission, arrived at the agreed place in a short time. The moment Seito appeared, a huge Nepenthes grew from the ground as if they were given a time acceleration effect, and Zetsu's distinctive black and white face appeared in front of Seito's eyes. "Didn't you ask me to track Conan's whereabouts? Why did you suddenly call me back here?" Half of Zetsu's body was exposed above the ground, and the other half was still under the ground like a plant. "My plan has been affected, and I need to make changes." Seito slowly released his spiritual force, wrapping the black and white bodies, and created genjutsu to control them, while imitating Obito's tone. "Didn't you get rid of that guy?" Black Zetsu asked. "Yes, that guy's attainment in spacetime ninjutsu is very high, and he escaped from my hands," Seito replied. "In other words, the Rinnegan was taken away?" Black Zetsu said with dissatisfaction. "Then what should we do?" White Zetsu asked. "So I decided to change my strategy." Just as Black and White Zetsu's attention was attracted by Seito's words, Seito activated his spiritual force and invaded their minds, causing their consciousness to fall into a temporary blank state, and then opened the Rubik's Cube world to send them in, and imprison them in the void with the power of the Rubik's Cube. Finally, it's done. Seito, who closed the Rubik's Cube world, breathed a sigh of relief. For Seito, White Zetsu was the most difficult to catch in the entire Akatsuki. There's no other way. White Zetsu is a strange lifeform made by combining Hashirama's cells with outer Tao's force. It can naturally fuse with plants, and it usually hides under the ground like a plant. In the Akatsuki, except for Uchiha Obito, almost no one is in contact with him, or even when he is in contact with them, he uses a fake body similar to a clone. It's too difficult to catch him from the front, so he can only use a trick to lure him out. Fortunately, Seito's disguise was thorough enough, and the place he chose was the White Zetsu manufacturing base that only Zetsu and Uchiha Obito knew about, so he was able to deceive White Zetsu and successfully catch him. Seito slightly converged his mind, turned around, and entered the White Zetsu manufacturing base along the path. In an instant, a large number of White Zetsu were standing together like soldiers and horses, and a large number of them were standing together in a messy manner. Seito saw a large number of White Zetsu. In the center of the White Zetsu, there was a tall tree that connected the ground and the ceiling of the cave, and a wooden White Zetsu's body was protruding from it. Looking at the large number of White Zetsu in the cave, Seito immediately made a hand seal in front of him, and sent a fire release, Tokaku, to the White Zetsu army below. In an instant, several huge high-temperature fireballs suddenly appeared in front of Seito, and under his command, they fell on the White Zetsu army below, forming a sea of fire and burning fiercely. The White Zetsu army, who didn't understand why Uchiha Obito attacked them, screamed in pain, and was burned to ashes by the high-temperature flames. A few minutes later, all the White Zetsu in the cave were cleaned up, and Seito, who obtained a large amount of world force, turned around and walked out of the cave, and then launched Earth-release ninjutsu to destroy the secret cave in front of him, and completely fill the White Zetsu manufacturing base. At this point, Seito, who no longer needed Uchiha Obito's disguise, raised his hand and took off the mask on his face and destroyed the Sharingan-shaped contact lens in his right eye. He then took out the Rinnegan-shaped contact lens and put it in both eyes, and used transformation jutsu to change into Yahiko's appearance in Rakudo's Gift of the Six Paths. He used Genjutsu to contact Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori, the four existing members of the organization, and ordered them to capture the bijou in the name of Zero. Among them, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were responsible for capturing the Ichibi Shikaku in the Sand Village, while Deidara and Sasori used the Akatsuki's intelligence network to explore the whereabouts of Uzumaki, Naruto, and Jiraiya, and waited for the next step. After issuing the order, Seito immediately recalled the information obtained from Uzumaki Nagato, and set off for the secret stronghold of the organization where the huge Nine-Dragon Seal statue was located. He arranged it according to the original appearance, and then waited for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame to come here with the Ichibi Shikaku. Among them, Konan, Haiden, Kakuzu, Hoodlum, and Zetsu were represented by Seito's Kage and Kaze body. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who received the order, immediately set off for the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, and arrived at the gate of the Sand Village smoothly a few days later. With Uchiha Itachi, a Genjutsu master with Manjikyu Sharingan, the guards at the gate of the Sand Village were naturally not worth mentioning. As if they didn't notice the existence of the two, they swaggered into the Sand Village, crossed the street to find the Kazekage Gaara, and started to capture him. Under the joint action of Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, in just a few rounds, Gaara was completely defeated by Kisame's water-release ninjutsu. He was carried on Kisame's shoulder like a cargo, and Uchiha Itachi, who used Genjutsu to knock down several sand ninjas, quickly left the Sand Village and rushed to the secret stronghold where Seito was located. The Land of Wind was not far from the organization's secret stronghold, so in less than 2 days, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame arrived at the secret stronghold and threw Gaara on the center of the huge stone statue formed by Genryukyuden. Seito, who was disguised as Zero, did not hesitate to join Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, and his shadow clone to launch the Genryu Jutsu and began to extract the Ichibi Shikaku from Gaara's body. As shown in the original work, the Sand Village, which found that the Kazekage was robbed, immediately sent a request for support to Konoha, an ally. After asking about the specific situation, Steel Hand found that things gradually began to resemble the information Seito had told her before, and she immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. She immediately led Kakashi, Asuma, and Mackay, the three Jonin, to lead the new medical ninja, the Ino Shikacho squad, and Mackay's squad to support. Chapter 1051. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. Finally, it's the last step. On the huge nine-eyed half-body statue with a height of more than 50 or 60 meters, and the whole body is made of wood and stone materials, Ito-sei, disguised as Uzumaki Nagato, stood on the end of the handcuffed hands of the statue. He looked at the blue light belt that appeared when the huge chakra was constantly sucked out of Gaara's body and swallowed into the body of the Colossus, and said faintly, "This is the third day after Gaara was captured by Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. In these 3 days, the rescue team formed by Sand Ninja and Konoha Ninja was the same as the original. They were intercepted by the personnel sent out by Ito, but the order was changed. First, Sasori and Deidara used the Elephant Release Jutsu to delay the time. Because Sasori and Deidara were not responsible for capturing Gaara as in the original, Chiyo, who should have appeared, did not follow the rescue team. In addition, the time was not more than 2 years after the beginning of the plot. In addition, Sakura learned medical ninjutsu, and did not learn Monster Fist and Medical Ninja's fighting style, so the combination of Deidara and Sasori delayed the rescue team for a long time. However, because Steel Squall learned from Seito about the danger of the Akatsuki organization in advance, the rescue team did not divide into 2 batches as in the original, but directly joined the team sent by Sand Ninja Village to attack together. Therefore, even without the help of Sakura's Monster Fist and Chiyo's puppet dolls, but with Shikamaru's clever mind and Mike's Steel Whirlwind, they made up for the lack of combat conditions, and finally defeated Sasori's clone smoothly. As for Deidara himself, he was still like the original. Under the power of Mangekyo Sharingan awakened by Tsukuyomi, his hands were broken, and then he was defeated by the joint efforts of Tien, Niji, Ino, Akimichi, and Choji. At this time, the rescue team of Konoha and Sand Ninja was fighting with the clones made by the 5 Seals barrier. "Let's begin," Seito said. After that, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, and Deidara, who really belonged to the Akatsuki organization, didn't talk nonsense. They stimulated their chakra and began to extract the last bit of Bijuu's chakra from Gaara's body. That was it. After more than 20 minutes of continuous drawing, the remaining chakra in Gaara's body also completely separated from him, following the tail of the blue light that flew into the mouth of the Colossus. Plop! Without the chakra coat, I Love Luo's body, which was about to completely lose the last bit of life, fell heavily to the ground like a broken bag, stirring up a small piece of dust. "Let's disperse." Seito, who was dispersing his hand seals, said faintly. Hearing Seito's order, the members of Akatsuki didn't hesitate. All of them cancelled their avatars one after another. It disappeared from the top of the 10 fingers of the Colossus. Skunk. "Kisame, you 2 take the body out, and by the way, get rid of those Konoha ninjas." Seito, who turned and made a leaving gesture, ordered Itachi and Kisame, who were walking out of the secret stronghold. "Got it," said Kismet Ghost Shark carelessly. Just as Kisame was about to pick up Gaara's body that had completely lost its breath of life, Gaara's body suddenly disappeared from his sight, making Kisame's action fall into the air. The Kismet ghost shark let out a low moan. Space-time ninjutsu, Itachi said with a blank face. Don't worry about it, go and get rid of the enemy outside, Ito said again, looking deeply at the place where Gaara's body disappeared. Itachi and Kisame had no meaning to this. They turned and walked out of the secret stronghold, heading towards the direction of the joint team of Konoha and Sand Ninja. It's really troublesome for one person to play two roles. Shortly after Itachi and Kisame left, Ito sighed abruptly in a low voice. On the ground at his feet, Gaara's body was left there. Then he squatted down, reached out and pressed on Gaara's chest, mobilized the energy in his body to transform into life energy and injected it into Gaara's body that had just died, learning the original method of Chiyo to save Gaara. Ito, who has Mokuton, telekinesis, the power of the god of life, the water and wood dual spiritual energy in the magic cube world, the power of the world, and many other means at his disposal, naturally, doesn't need to use the means of sharing his own life energy to treat Gaara. What's more, even without these means, Ito can also use the 7 stars of soul summoning, Inyang Jutsu's reverse soul summoning, Ninjutsu's Edo Tensei, Inyang Jutsu's soul extraction, soul possession, and other methods to save Gaara. In other words, as long as he falls into Ito's hands, even if Gaara wants to die, it won't be easy. In this way, it can be considered as an explanation to Temari. Ito, who was treating Gaara, whispered to himself. This time, he saved Gaara for his own reasons, but he also took into account Temari's feelings. What's more, the day after Gaara was intercepted, Temari contacted Ito through the little black ball that she had previously left with her, asking him to save Gaara. So, whether it's for public or private reasons, Ito will save Gaara afterwards. Not to mention that this is a piece of cake for Ito, who has the ability to teleport and can steal people directly under the eyes of others, so naturally, he won't let Temari down. After about half an hour, Gaara's erratic life aura finally stabilized completely. Seeing this, Ito stopped injecting life energy into Gaara's body and pointed at Gaara's sleeping acupoint to keep him in a coma. After that, he took out the little black ball and sent the message, "He has been saved, he is still alive," to Temari. Then Ito put away the little black ball again, reached out and grabbed Gaara's collar and lifted him from the ground. He stood up and turned to face the huge Mirage Dragon Cubi Colossus behind him and opened the magic cube world to devour it. A little more than 10 seconds passed. The huge Mirage Dragon Cubi Colossus disappeared from the secret stronghold, leaving only an empty cave space. There's only one left, Ito said in his heart. Immediately, he launched the transformation jutsu and turned into a sand ninja, then used teleportation to escape from the empty cave and rushed towards Temari's location. In less than a minute, Ito arrived near Temari's location. At this time, Temari was cooperating with Asuma and Tian, Niji, and Lee of the Mackay team to attack Kisame. Kakashi and Mackay were fighting with Uchiha Itachi, who had Sharingan. As for Shikamaru Ino and Choji of the Inoshikacho team, and Haruno Sakura of the medical ninja team, they were standing aside, watching the battle quietly. Seeing this, Ito's mind immediately moved, and then he sent the unconscious Gaara into the magic cube world. He focused his attention on the battle between Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, and Mackay. He didn't know if it was because he used Kamui on Deidara before. At this time, Kakashi was in a bad mood, and he looked like he was about to die from excessive indulgence. On the other hand, although Mike Guy's appearance wasn't any better, he was still fighting with Itachi with full spirit. He took most of the pressure, not to put Kakashi in danger. Now, just as Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi and Mackay crossed each other again, Ito, who had been observing from the side, immediately launched teleportation and appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, who was still in mid-air, and pierced Uchiha Itachi's body with his palm covered with lightning. Puff! The next second, Itachi's body, which was penetrated by the thunder palm, suddenly burst into a ball. At the same time, a wooden stake appeared in front of Itosei, and under the penetration of the thunder palm, it burst into several pieces and splashed everywhere. Kisame, let's withdraw. Uchiha Itachi, who appeared directly in the distance, said loudly while staring at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in the sand ninja costume. Got it, Kisame responded. After that, he waved his hand a few times, forcing Asuma, Tian, Niji, Lee, and Temari to retreat, and launched the body flicker jutsu to appear next to Uchiha Itachi. Although Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared, gave Uchiha Itachi a blow, and was dressed as an umbu, Kakashi and Mackay were still wary of him, and quietly put on a defensive mode. Sei Ito ignored the two's defense, and directly used his palm covered with lightning to the ground, and a large number of black iron sand swarmed out of the soil under his feet in an instant, and Sei Ito held it in his palm. Iron Sand Ninjutsu. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly show this skill, Kakashi, Asuma, and Temari were shocked at the same time. Sei Ito, who held the iron sand in his hand, immediately rushed out of the straight ground between him and Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and a dark iron sand whip whipped towards Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame did not resist, and both launched the body flicker jutsu to leave from the place, and disappeared in the blink of an eye from the eyes of Sei Ito and Konoha's joint rescue team. Kacha! The iron sand whip, which missed the attack, slammed on the side of the rock wall, leaving a long and narrow mark about 20 or 30 li deep and 2 or 3 meters long on the surface of the rock wall. Kazekage-sama has been rescued. Sei Ito, who gathered the iron sand in front of him, turned around and spoke first without looking at Temari. Temari was stunned before hearing the words of the strange sand ninjumbu, and then immediately understood that the sand ninjumbu was Sei Ito's disguise, and her face flashed with excitement and said, "Where is Gaara? Before, because of the sneak attack on the enemy, I temporarily hid Kazekage-sama in a safe position. Please wait a moment, I will go and pick up Kazekage-sama." Sei Ito replied, and then launched the body flicker jutsu to leave the place and returned to a secret place. Only then did he summon Gaara to his side and appear in front of everyone again. It's not that Sei Ito wants to waste the second time. The main reason is that spacetime ninjutsu is too rare. If he uses it in front of Kakashi and Asuma, they will inevitably report it to Steel Hand when they return to Konoha. At that time, Steel Hand will know that the umbu who used the iron sand ninjutsu that only Sandaime Kazekage can use is Sei Ito's disguise. So in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Sei Ito had to do it again. Gaara, seeing Gaara being put on the ground by Sei Ito, Temari immediately rushed to him and shouted anxiously, "Kazekage-sama is fine, he just fainted," Sei Ito reminded her from the side. "In that case, let's go back quickly. After all, this is not a place to stay for a long time." Asuma on the side lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Okay." Temari also understood that this was not the place to talk and nodded in agreement. Just as Temari was about to carry Gaara on her back, Kakashi on the side finally couldn't bear the emptiness in his body and fainted. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura shouted. I can't do it anymore." Immediately afterward, after muttering twice, Mike Kai also fell to the ground with dark circles under his eyes. However, compared to Kakashi, who no one paid any attention to, Michael Kai was much better off. Shaoli, who was very similar to him in terms of clothing, appearance, and even actions, immediately rushed to Michael Kai's side and acted out a melodramatic drama of a master and apprentice. Seeing this, Asuma looked at the situation on his side and decided to carry Kakashi on his back and Lee on Mackay. They left this place and rushed to the sand village. "I'll take my leave first." Just as everyone was about to leave, Sei Ito said. Knowing that Sei Ito couldn't show up, Temari didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Konoha's people didn't speak and watched Seito disappear from their eyes using body flicker jutsu. After Seito left, there was nothing else to do in the team, and the group rushed back to Sand Village at a gentle speed. However, halfway through, they met the Sand Ninja who came to rescue Kazekage Gaara. After a brief description, they reunited and set off on the journey back to the village. Thank you. More than a day later, Seito once again received a message from Temari through the small black ball. Looking at the fluorescent green font displayed on the small black ball, Seito smiled slightly and replied, "It's my pleasure." After that, he put away the small black ball again and continued to move toward the location of Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya that he had obtained from Sasori. But before he left, he issued an order to Sasori and Deidara to capture Kyubi. "I hope everything goes well." On the way, Seito couldn't help but think. Chapter 1052. This was a small canyon in the middle of a forest. There were hills, waterfalls, clear streams, green trees, and an open area that wasn't too big, but was just big enough for the two of them to use. High-quality update is here, come out. At this moment, one of the two people in the field was wearing gray pants and a gray short jacket. His waist was tied tightly with a black cloth belt, and his jacket was a red vest. He had long white hair, and on his forehead was an iron forehead protector with the word oil written on it. His cheeks were flushed, and he was leaning on a piece of broken wood with drunken eyes. He was lazily looking at the fire with a small wine gourd in his hand. "What? Come out, lascivious sage?" On the other side of the bonfire, a 13 or 14-year-old boy with short blonde hair looked at the lecherous immortal in confusion. He was wearing orange pants and a white short-sleeved hoodie with a spiral pattern on the chest and back. He had a round face, blue eyes, and 3 slender strands of cat-like whiskers on both sides of his cheek. These two people were lascivious sage, Jiraiya, and Kyubi's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who left Konoha to travel and train. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, a tall and a short figure gradually walked out of the forest and stood on the edge of the open space. These two were ordered by Seito, disguised as Uzumaki Nagato, to capture Kyubi's Jinchuriki, Sasori and Deidara. "That old man is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin?" Deidara looked at Jiraiya with some disdain. "It's the guy from the same organization as Itachi." Seeing the sudden appearance of Sasori and Deidara, and the style of clothes they wore, Naruto jumped up from the ground. Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped up from the ground with excitement. He clenched his fist on his waist and pointed at Sasori and Deidara with the other hand. "Is it a different person this time?" High-quality update. Jiraiya, who sat up slightly, said, "Our purpose is to capture Kyubi. Leave on your own." Sasori looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, "And if I don't?" Jiraiya put the wine gourd on his knee with one hand and put the other hand on his thigh. He leaned forward slightly and asked with a serious expression, "Then I'll let you, old man, experience the art of my explosion," Deidara said. "Kids nowadays don't know how to respect their elders and love their friends." Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. As soon as his voice fell, the momentum on Jiraiya's body suddenly changed. He threw the wine gourd in his hand to Sasori and Deidara. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a violent reddish-yellow flame. Boom! The flame from Jiraiya's mouth hit the wine gourd he threw in advance in the blink of an eye. Under the blazing heat, the fragile wine gourd immediately exploded, spraying the wine inside. Wine was a fuel for combustion. What's more, the flame that ignited it was a powerful flame released by ninjutsu. Therefore, the spilled wine instantly became the path for the flames to spread. The flames spread over a wide range towards Sasori and Deidara. Sasori and Deidara moved and instantly jumped away from the flames and rushed toward Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto from left and right. Halfway there, Sasori tore off his black robe with red clouds, exposing his puppet body, activated the mechanism, and launched an attack on Jiraiya. On the other side, Deidara clasped his hands in front of him, and a lump of clay immediately turned into a bird and flew out of his palm, flying toward Jiraiya's body. Looking at the dense hidden weapons Senbonzai shot from Sasori, Jiraiya quickly used body flicker jutsu to escape from the place and appeared in front of Deidara, who was rushing toward Uzumaki Naruto. He waved his hand and pressed the blue chakra ball, Rasengan, that suddenly appeared in his hand toward Deidara's abdomen. High-quality update. With this blow, Deidara's body immediately spun and flew backward. But halfway through, Deidara's body turned into a clay puppet and fell to the ground. Naruto, retreat to the side. Jiraiya, who sent Deidara's clay puppet flying, said sternly to Uzumaki Naruto, who was in a daze behind him. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto nodded subconsciously, then turned and ran away. Where do you think you're going? On the side, Sasori, who completed his first attack, shouted. The seemingly huge puppet body rushed toward Uzumaki Naruto and stretched out his mechanical arm to grab Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Jiraiya didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately used body flicker jutsu to rush in front of Sasori and raised his hand to block Sasori's mechanical arm. But since it's called a mechanical arm, it's naturally not that simple. The moment Jiraiya raised his hand, a row of sharp serrated blades appeared on both sides of the mechanical arm, stabbing toward Jiraiya's arm. Boom! At the moment when Jiraiya's arm was about to touch Hiryu's mechanical hand, Sasori's body was thrown into the sky, and at the same time, as if a key part of his body had fallen, it directly exploded in mid-air and fell to the ground like rain. In the rain of parts, another Jiraiya appeared under Hirudo's body from the hole in the ground. The Rasengan in his hand flashed and hit Hirudo's hard shell, scattering it. At this time, the other Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's body and ran toward the forest. Boom, 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 boom. But before Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto could run 2 steps, a series of small explosions came from the two of them one after another. Jiraiya, who couldn't stand the continuous explosion attack, instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto fell heavily to the ground with his legs bleeding. It turned out that when Deidara was hit by Jiraiya's shadow clone with Rasengan, Deidara's real body had already hidden under the ground with Earth Release, Earth Dragon Concealment Jutsu, and secretly observed the situation above. The moment he found Uzumaki Naruto, he made a hand seal to create a small C1 spider, a small clay bomb with moderate explosive power, and sent it to Uzumaki Naruto's feet. It got into his pants along his shoes, ready to be used at the right time. Sure enough, Jiraiya soon got together with Uzumaki Naruto. Taking this opportunity, after letting the small spider climb along Uzumaki Naruto's body, Deidara, who was still hiding underground, immediately detonated the small spider bomb, destroying Jiraiya's shadow clone. Ha 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 ha, art is really explosive. The next moment, in a triumphant laughter, Deidara's figure suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, who fell to the ground and looked at everything with pain, leaned over and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. Rasengan. But before Deidara's action was finished, with a roar, Uzumaki Naruto on the ground suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared from Deidara's eyes. At the same time, another Uzumaki Naruto holding a Rasengan jumped out of the pit on the ground and hit Deidara's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, because he was careless and didn't rush to make a substitute, Deidara really took Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. On the other side, Sasori, who was hit out of his body, moved his arm, and a scroll immediately appeared in his palm, which was opened by Sasori at the fastest speed. In an instant, with a sudden burst of smoke, A new puppet in the shape of a black-haired young man appeared beside Sasori and fell to the ground with Sasori. That's Sandaime Kazekage? Jiraiya, who fell back to the ground, frowned and said, "And your appearance, Sasori of the Red Sand? I didn't expect that the genius puppet master of Sand Village would now join the Akatsuki. I didn't expect that as a Sannin, you would still remember my appearance. It's really an honor," the teenage Sasori said expressionlessly, and then his fingers moved slightly, spreading the right arm of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet and said, "Yes, in order to get this collection, I spent a lot of effort to succeed." At the same time, Deidara, who was hit out, finally fell to the ground heavily. After rolling quickly to remove a certain external force, he half knelt on the ground. "It hurts." Deidara's right hand gently stroked his abdomen that was destroyed by the Rasengan and was full of scars. "Wow." As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it." Deidara, who raised his hand to touch the blood, glared at Uzumaki Naruto, who was also looking at him with murderous intent. He urged Chakra to spit out large clumps of clay from his mouth, and made a huge clay dragon. He jumped on the dragon's back and flew into the sky with the dragon. "Uncle Sasori, don't die." Deidara, who was flying in the air, said to Sasori, who was confronting Jiraiya below. As Deidara's partner, Sasori, who understood what he was going to do, immediately stopped talking nonsense and controlled the Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to spit out a large amount of black iron sand to wrap around him, forming a spherical passport to protect himself. Seeing this, although he didn't understand Deidara's attack, Jiraiya didn't dare to neglect and immediately started running towards Uzumaki Naruto. But as soon as he moved, Sasori, who was wrapped in iron sand to protect himself, once again controlled the Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to release several iron sand attacks, stopping Jiraiya. At this time, Deidara, who was in the sky, didn't care about what Sasori would do. He directly urged Chakra to let the dragon under him open its mouth and spit out a large number of small spider bombs with induction attributes, flying towards Jiraiya, who was entangled by Sasori's iron sand on the ground, and Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't know what was going on. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions echoed in the canyon, creating a large cloud of smoke, completely enveloping the entire canyon. Chapter 1053. After the smoke dissipated, in the canyon plain on the ground and the surrounding environment, a huge object like an animal's intestine appeared where Sasori, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto were, slowly wriggling. This was the intestine of Mount Miyaboku's rock doll that Jiraiya summoned with summoning jutsu, Toad's mouth bondage jutsu. It was used to resist Deidara's C2 explosion, and it was used to imprison Sasori here alone so that he could defeat or capture the two Akatsuki members one by one. At the same time, it was also used to protect Uzumaki Naruto from being captured by the Akatsuki while he was concentrating on the battle. "Now there is no one else to disturb us." Jiraiya looked at Sasori, who scattered the iron sand and looked around. Sasori didn't answer and directly controlled Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to direct the iron sand to form a dark sword and slash the inner wall of the intestine. Puff! Under the attack of the third wind shadow puppet's iron sand sword, which could cut mountains and split rocks, only a deep wound appeared on the inner wall of the intestine. It did not directly cut through the inner wall to the outside as Sasori had expected. On the way back, the soft flesh on the arm of the intestine slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You don't have to waste your effort, you can't break the wall of the rock toad's intestine," Jiraiya said with confidence. Sasori still didn't answer, but directly controlled Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to spit out a large amount of black iron sand from the left chest, controlling them to change into a huge barrier covering the entire intestine channel of the toad, guarding against Jiraiya's possible attack, and a cone with one end and the other end pierced the intestine wall that was cut out before and was still completely healed, making it like a brick rotating at high speed to drill out. At the same time, in the sky outside, although Daedara didn't understand what was on the ground, he knew that it must be related to Jiraiya, so he threw a flying bird bomb to the outer wall of the intestine on the ground. Boom! The next moment, a clear explosion sounded immediately, but the outer wall of the intestine attacked by the flying bird bomb didn't even have a scar except for a scorched mark. Seeing this, the unhappy Daedale once again made a more powerful bomb and threw it at the toad intestines on the ground. Boom! After the explosion, the result in Daedale's eyes was still the same as before. The angry Daedale directly created several of them of different sizes and shape. The clay bombs were thrown at the intestines of the toads, each more powerful than the last. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions reverberated in the sky one after another. Although there were some results this time, causing a certain degree of damage to the outer wall of the toad's intestines, it was completely different from the huge damage that Daedale had expected. Therefore, the stubborn Daedale immediately skipped the useless probing and directly summoned his most powerful single-element attack, C3, and threw it at the toad's intestines on the ground. Boom! Amidst a deafening boom, a massive explosion that was powerful enough to destroy a village erupted. The powerful flame damage and shockwave immediately blasted out a large sunken wound in the toad's intestines. The soil, rocks, and trees around the intestines were blown away, once again leaving behind a mess in the canyon plains. Although the attack achieved good results this time, Daedale still felt dissatisfied. But Daedale still felt dissatisfied in his heart. Just as he was thinking about whether to use other methods to make a new bomb to break the disgusting thing below, a tool completely made of black iron sand burst out of the huge wound created by Daedale's explosion and pierced through his intestines. Then Sasori, who was operating the Sandaime Kazekage puppet, flew out of the broken intestines. Puff! Seeing the enemy coming out of the intestines, Jiraiya no longer spent chakra to maintain the existence of the toad's intestines. He released the summon and appeared alone in the messy canyon plains. As for Uzumaki Naruto, who was the target of Daedale and Sasori, before he released the summon, he sent Uzumaki Naruto to Mount Myaboku with reverse summoning. Let's go. Looking at Jiraiya, who appeared alone, Sasori, who didn't intend to spend much effort except for the target, flew to Daedale's wyvern with wings made of iron sand and shouted, "I haven't played enough yet." Daedale muttered and operated the wyvern to turn around and fly away, and it didn't take long for them to completely disappear from Jiraiya's sight. Jiraiya didn't want to waste his strength, and he knew that it wouldn't be easy to take them down if they really fought. So, he didn't chase after them. After watching the two leave, he immediately left the forest where he couldn't stay. He rushed to the nearby town. Shortly after Jiraiya left, with a ripple in space, Sei Ito's figure appeared on the scene. After sizing up his surroundings, his figure flashed again. He disappeared from the place. In the town closest to the forest, Jiraiya stayed alone in a hotel. After carefully sensing the surroundings and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Jiraiya opened his mouth and bit the thumb in front of his mouth, cut it horizontally on his upper right palm, and pressed his blood-stained palm on the ground, and launched the summon. Puff! With a soft sound, Uzumaki Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in the room. At this time, except for some dirt on his body, Uzumaki Naruto didn't look injured at all. Obviously, during his stay in Mount Myaboku, Uzumaki Naruto received very good treatment. Huh? Where is this place? Uzumaki Naruto asked while looking at the strange environment around him. Naturally, it's in the town. Jiraiya, who was too lazy to pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto, sat down on the bed and said, "What about those guys?" Uzumaki Naruto asked again. "I've already beaten them away," Jiraiya replied. "Oh," Uzumaki Naruto whispered, then turned and walked to the other bed in the room and sat down. He lowered his head and said in a low mood, "Lascivious sage, am I useless? I've been training with you for so long, but I still can't help you at all. You've done a good job today, especially that Rasengan, which caused a lot of damage to the enemy." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said slowly, "And the enemy is not an ordinary person. Being able to hurt the enemy in that situation is enough to show that you're very good." Just when Uzumaki Naruto felt a little excited because of his words, Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he said very frivolously, "But your performance is far worse than I expected. You still need to work harder." "Humph." Uzumaki Naruto said unhappily, Guru. At this moment, a low buzzing sound came from Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen. "Let's go down and eat something." Jiraiya got up and said. Uzumaki Naruto, who had been hungry for a long time, heard the words and cheered. He followed Jiraiya out of the room, left the hotel, and walked to the nearby tavern. Just when Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto were halfway to the tavern, Uzumaki Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared from Jiraiya's side. Seeing this strange situation, Jiraiya's face changed. He immediately stopped and stood in place to cast ninjutsu barrier dome formation. In an instant, a spherical perception field with Jiraiya as the center spread rapidly around. It's just that Jiraiya's action was fast enough, but Seito, who took Uzumaki Naruto hostage, was even faster. In the next second after using instant transmission to transfer the unsuspecting Uzumaki Naruto to his side, Seito immediately knocked Uzumaki Naruto out and launched instant transmission with him, disappearing from the place, quickly leaving the distance, giving Jiraiya no chance to explore the perception field. Then, after moving a certain distance, Seito took Uzumaki Naruto into the Rubik's Cube world, cutting off the last possibility of summoning with reverse summoning jutsu. Seito, who appeared in the desolate northern area of the Rubik's Cube continent, summoned Uchiha Yoshiko to his side. At this time, after a period of practice, Uchiha Yoshiko has been able to use the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan to release various kinds of genjutsu. Now, she just needs to master one of the Sharingan's ultimate genjutsu Tsukuyomi. As for the other eye, Uchiha Yoshiko also chose to develop the Black Flame, Amaterasu, after considering her own attributes and situation. "Sama," Uchiha Yoshiko called with scarlet eyes. "Have you mastered the method of controlling the bijou recorded in the secret scroll?" Seito asked softly. "I have mastered it, but I haven't practiced it. I don't know if I can succeed in one try," Uchiha Yoshiko replied. "It doesn't matter if you can or not, as long as you can release the bijou," Seito smiled. "That's fine," Uchiha Yoshiko nodded. "In that case, let's release the Kyuubi." Seito looked down at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto at his feet and said. Then, squatting beside Uzumaki Naruto, Seito opened his shirt, exposing his navel, and said, "First, use the ability of the Sharingan to invade his sea of consciousness and try to control the Kyuubi." "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and leaned over to open Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids, letting his pupils meet hers. In the next moment, the environment around Uchiha Yoshiko changed, and she appeared in a damp and dark place, giving the feeling of an underground prison where important prisoners are imprisoned. She slowly walked forward. Soon, a huge, somewhat shabby iron cage with a large seal spell stuck on the outside appeared in front of her eyes. Chapter 1054. Is that the Kyuubi? What an evil chakra! Walking closer to the prison, Uchiha Yoshiko looked at the giant fox exuding an extremely evil aura and thought to herself. At this moment, the Kyuubi, who had been curled up on the ground, seemed to feel the presence of an outsider's spiritual sense. He opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Yoshiko, who was standing outside the prison. "I didn't expect to see these cursed eyes again after so many years. When he saw Yoshiko's eyes, the Kyubi straightened his body and said sarcastically, "What? Are you going to control this old man again?" The Kyubi released a violent, murderous aura towards Yoshiko and asked in a deep voice. In the past, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had never experienced such a big battle, might have been intimidated by Kyubi's murderous aura. But now, after the unknown journey to the Dark Continent in the Hunter's world, Yoshiko, who often fought with sea beasts and magical beasts, had already honed a good mentality, and was completely unaffected by Kyubi's murderous aura. She just looked at him expressionlessly. Just as Uchiha Yoshiko was about to use her Sharingan to control the Kyubi, Ito-sei's figure gradually came out of the dark corridor and came to Uchiha Yoshiko's side. "Senpai," Yoshiko whispered. "Who are you?" The Kyubi asked in a doubtful tone. "Who I am is not important, what's important is that I can release you from here," Ito said while patting Yoshiko's shoulder and walking slowly towards the prison. "I don't believe that you humans are so kind. Especially when you have a descendant of that clan around you," the Kyubi replied with a sneer. "That's right. I will use some methods to control you in the future, but that's only after you get out of this prison. Although it still can't be considered true freedom, it's still better than being bound here for the rest of your life." Ito, who had already arrived in front of the prison, stretched out his hand and slowly placed the seal on the door. "Humph." Seeing Ito's action, Kyubi coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Crackle, crackle. Just as Ito's palm landed on the seal talisman, a strange sound rang out. A bolt of lightning surged out from the sealing talisman and traveled along Ito's palm to strike his body. Ito, who had long gotten used to being struck by lightning and had a strong resistance to magic, didn't stop moving. He pinched the sealing talisman with his fingers and was about to tear it off. "I need an assistant." Just as Ito tore off half of the talisman, a gentle male voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ito paused and turned to look in the direction of the voice. The next one was about 1.7 meters tall. A well-proportioned young man wearing Konoha's standard ninja uniform with a white-haired Haori that only Hokage can wear, wearing a Konoha shinobi headband, came into Ito-sei's sight. "Namikaze Minato," Ito said. "Someone still remembers me, that's great." Minato heard this and smiled brightly. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, "Please don't open that seal. Take that girl and leave this place. I'm sorry, but your request goes against my purpose. Forgive me for not being able to agree to your request," Ito said softly. At the same time, he moved his arm again and forcefully removed the seal on the prison door. "In that case, I have no choice but to expel you here." Minato's aura changed, and he raised his hands to seal. Seeing Namikaze Minato's action, Uchiha Yoshiko instantly came to Ito's side, and the six-pointed star pattern in her eyes rotated at high speed to look at Minato. She used her new secret genjutsu to attack him. Even though he was on guard against Yoshiko's Sharingan, Minato was still pulled into the Tsukuyomi space by Yoshiko's not-so-skillful genjutsu. Minato, who was in the middle of the genjutsu, immediately stopped his hand seals and stood there sluggishly. "Minato!" In the next moment, accompanied by a somewhat heroic female voice, a woman wearing a blue sleeveless inner shirt and a khaki-colored dress with a long belt appeared. A woman with waist-length red hair suddenly appeared in the sealed space and punched Uchiha Yoshiko, sending her body flying. Then she quickly made several hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Hachiko seal, inner seal." Along with the voice of this newly appeared female, the 8 corners of the huge red prison that had just had the seal rune removed suddenly lit up with a majestic light. At the same time, seal runes appeared on the surface of the prison in the majestic light and arranged themselves in a specific pattern to form a seal array. Once again, the prison was locked up. "You despicable woman!" Kyubi, who thought that he could sneak out during the battle between the two sides, immediately shouted fiercely. "Shut up, you damn fox! The red-haired woman retorted loudly. Well, I'm sorry, Kushina. Minato, who came out of the Tsukuyami space, shook his head and smiled. You finally came out. Sei Ito turned his hand and summoned a flame to burn the seal in his hand to ashes. He turned around and looked at Kushina, who was maintaining the seal with the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Huh! Uzumaki, Kushina and Minato looked at each other. A bad feeling appeared in the bottom of their hearts. Yoshiko, help suppress the Kyuubi. Sei Ito, who didn't pay attention to Kushina, said to Uchiha Yoshiko, who walked to his side. Yes. Yoshiko agreed. Then, without looking at Minato and Kushina, she looked up at the Kyuubi, who was being suppressed by the seal, and used genjutsu to affect his consciousness. Under the influence of genjutsu launched by Yoshiko's eternal Sharingan, the Kyuubi's mood gradually calmed down. With this help, Kushina's body, which had been constantly changing, finally stabilized from the whirlpool that seemed like it could dissipate at any time. At this time, Sei Ito smiled at Minato and Kushina, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword in front of the void, and his arm quickly drew a cloud seal. In an instant, a golden light flashed from Sei Ito's fingers, and a large golden cloud seal appeared in the void, and like a meteor, it flew towards Kushina, who couldn't move because of maintaining the seal, and Minato, who couldn't attack because of protecting her. Rasengan. Seeing the golden seal flying towards him, Minato summoned a Rasengan to meet it. At the moment when the Rasengan was about to touch the golden seal, which had already flown close to the two, burst out a bright golden light. The whirlpool enveloped Kushina and Namikaze Minato. In an instant, the two felt their bodies sink, and an invisible pressure shrouded them, and Minato couldn't help but stop his attack. Taking this opportunity, the golden seal smoothly flew past the edge of the Rasengan to the top of the two's heads, and then suddenly burst into countless golden starlight, falling on the two's spiritual bodies like rain. It blended into their bodies. What is this? Kushina asked. The Taoist cloud seal is specially used to seal ghosts and evil spirits. As souls, you are exactly the kind of people who are restrained and suppressed. Ito-sei explained with a chuckle. Speaking of understanding of souls and resisting spirits, he was born in the demon swordsman clan and knew how to use yin-yang jutsu. Sei Ito, who also practiced Taoist magic, claimed to be the second in the entire Naruto world, and no one would dare to claim to be the first. Therefore, in Naruto's sealed space, it was simply wishful thinking for Kushina and Minato to resist Sei Ito with their spiritual bodies. Well, it's time to release the Kyuubi. Sei Ito smiled as he compressed the two. Please, don't release the Kyuubi. Naruto will die. Kushina, who found that she couldn't resist at all, begged anxiously. Don't worry, Uzumaki, Naruto won't die. Sei Ito replied with a light voice. As soon as his words fell, Kushina and Minato were also compressed into two mothball-sized golden light balls by the scattered cloud seal and flew back to Sei Ito's hand. Without Kushina's support, the seal on the outside of the prison instantly burst into countless energy particles and quickly disappeared into the sealed space. Then, with a bang, the Kyuubi, who was guided and controlled by Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan Genjutsu, quickly ran out of the cage and disappeared completely in the dark space in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoshiko and Sei Ito didn't stay in the sealed space for long, and quickly dissipated their spiritual bodies and returned to the outside world in their own ways. Outside, the Kyuubi was wantonly destroying the ground. Seeing this, Sei Ito slightly frowned and pointed his finger to the void, and once again wrote a large golden rune. In an instant, the golden rune quickly flew from Sei Ito's finger to the head of the raging Kyuubi. It grew into a three-dimensional hill, and suppressed the Kyuubi below. Under the suppression of the cloud seal, the Kyuubi's limbs curled up on the ground as if he was carrying a big mountain on his back. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Of course, this wasn't all because of the power of the Cloud Seal, but also because of the power of the rules of the Rubik's Cube world. Otherwise, such a simple Cloud Seal could suppress the Cubie. Even if there was a targeted restraint, the Cubie's performance was too weak. After suppressing the Cubie with the Cloud Seal formation, Seito focused his attention on Uzumaki Naruto, who was still alive by virtue of the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan. Then, using the method he used to treat Gaara some time ago, he transformed the energy into life energy and injected it into Uzumaki Naruto's body, completely stabilizing his life energy. And in order to show his sincerity, Seito lifted half of the suppression of the Cloud Seal, and let Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato watch him treat Uzumaki Naruto until he was sure that there was no problem with him. You left the two of us here for a reason, right? Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's life was not in danger, Namikaze Minato slightly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Seito. Indeed. Seito nodded and admitted without any pretense. Then, with a thought, he summoned Karen to his side. Looking at the sudden appearance of Karen, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's expressions changed, and they thought of a possibility. They didn't know if it was because of the attraction between the souls of the same clan, but as soon as Karen appeared, her gaze fell on Uzumaki Kushina in her spiritual state. She raised her hand and gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on her face, showing a thoughtful expression. This is Karen, like Kushina, from the Uzumaki clan. What I need Kushina to do is to teach her the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu she mastered. Seito pointed to Karen and said to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. What about me? Namikaze Minato asked again in a flat tone. You're just an accessory to me. It doesn't matter if I have you or not. But since I brought you out, I won't leave you alone. So, I will use you as a primer to release the other half of the Cubie's chakra that you sealed. Seito said straightforwardly with a shrug. That half of the chakra has been sealed in the Shinigami's body by me. You can't get that half of the chakra back. Namikaze Minato's eyes fluctuated as he replied. Really? Seito, who suddenly had a devil mask in his hand, looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile on his face. Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed, and he didn't answer. Seito, who put away the devil mask, smiled slightly, and a Leia stone crystal appeared in his hand. After using his spiritual force to lay a seal based on Yin-Yang Jutsu and Taoist theory, he sealed Uzumaki Kushina's soul in the Leia stone crystal and threw it to Karen on the side. Although the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu won't have any effect on you, it's still the inheritance of your clan. You should learn it if you have nothing to do. I know. Karen, who took the crystal, nodded. The way to use it is still the same. Just input your energy into it. Seito continued. Then Seito once again made a hand seal, shrinking Namikaze Minato's soul into a small ball of light, and sealed it in a Taoist soul-catching charm. Then Seito talked with Uchiha Yoshiko and Karen for a while, and sent them back to their respective homes, letting them arrange their next training schedule. Then, he picked up the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto on the ground and left the Rubik's Cube world, and sent him back to the previous town. However, at this time, Jiraiya was no longer in the town, and no one knew where he went to investigate the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 1055. Leaving Uzumaki Naruto behind, Seito once again embarked on his journey to the land of rice. This time, Seito intends to cooperate with Orochimaru. After all, if he wants to use Kyuubi's Yin chakra, he will inevitably release Orochimaru's hands that were sealed by Sandaime. Instead of letting him get benefits for nothing, it's better to take this opportunity to trick him. After traveling slowly for more than 2 days, Seito successfully arrived at the land of rice, and then summoned Karen to help him search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. After all, as a former subordinate of Orochimaru, Karen is still very familiar with Orochimaru's Yin Chakra attribute, and it's much faster than searching aimlessly. Understanding Sei Ito's meaning, Karen nodded, closed her eyes, and concentrated on sensing. After a while, Karen, who opened her eyes, looked at Sei Ito and said, "There is no one around here." Sei Ito nodded, left the place with Karen, and rushed to another place to explore again. The result was the same. When searching for the bijou, the two, who have been accustomed to this kind of situation where they can't see the results at once, were not discouraged or irritated, and set off again to the next place to explore. After about 4 or 5 times in a row, Karen finally said a piece of good news. "Found it." Immediately, Sei Ito and Karen immediately set off and rushed to the place where they sensed before. Orochimaru's location at this time is at the northernmost part of the Land of Rice, in a forest near the sea, surrounded by beaches, rock walls, and some open spaces. There are no houses or villages. It's very secretive. When they arrived outside Orochimaru's base, Sei Ito sent Karen back to the Rubik's Cube world. "Orochimaru, an old friend is visiting, come out and see me." Without any worries, Sei Ito said loudly, using the Buddhist lion roar. The loud sound immediately reverberated in the empty forest, scaring away some of the timid birds and beasts in the surroundings. "I didn't know I had a friend like you." A few minutes later, a magnetic and charming voice suddenly sounded. He was still wearing black trousers and a shirt, and a beige half-sleeved robe on the outside. His waist was tied with a thick purple knot. His face was pale and bloodless. Orochimaru slowly emerged from the ground. His long black hair was naturally scattered, giving people a strange and gloomy feeling. "How rude, Orochimaru, you only sent an Earth clone to see me," Sei Ito said sarcastically. "What are you doing here?" Ignoring Sei Ito's sarcasm, Orochimaru stared at him coldly. "Do you want your hands to recover completely?" Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru calmly and asked with a smile. "You have a way?" Orochimaru asked. The pupils of the light yellow vertical pupil shrank. He asked calmly. Orochimaru also knew that his question was a bit of nonsense. However, after thinking of so many ways to recover his hands without success, suddenly hearing an enemy say that there is a way to recover his hands, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. And out of instinctive doubt, "Of course, if there's no way, I'm not interested in seeing a guy like you," Sei Ito replied with a frivolous shrug. "What's the price?" Orochimaru's murderous aura flashed. "I want the scroll of seals of the Earth Village." Ito Sei's expression was slightly restrained as he said indifferently, "You want me to be your scapegoat?" Orochimaru didn't suppress his murderous aura at this time, letting the huge murderous aura gushing out of his body towards Sei Ito to show his anger. "There are many ways to get the scroll of seals. You can choose a way that doesn't expose your identity." Sei Ito shrugged indifferently and said, "And as someone who relied on disguise to sneak into Konoha to carry out the plan to collapse Konoha, I believe you can do it." Orochimaru stared coldly at Sei Ito for a while, then said again, "How can you guarantee that everything you said is true?" "I can't guarantee it." Sei Ito spread his hands in front of him and chuckled. Then, when Orochimaru's face changed slightly, and he was about to attack, he continued, "But the key is not me, it's you, you know, it's you who is struggling to recover your hands, not me. I think, because of your lack of dexterity, you haven't done any ninjutsu experiments for a long time." Then, Ito Sei looked at Orochimaru with a smile. This directly hit Orochimaru's sore spot. As someone who aspires to master all the ninjutsu in the world to reach the truth and become the sage of the 6 paths, Orochimaru can't bear to lose his hands. He can't learn ninjutsu, let alone do some interesting experiments with his hands. This is simply the biggest blow to his ideals. If it weren't for Orochimaru's tenacity and confidence that there will always be a way to recover his hands, who knows what crazy things he would do. "You're courting death," Orochimaru, who was completely enraged, said in a low voice. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru raised his arm, and several dark green snakes instantly shot out of his sleeves, opening their 4 sharp fangs and biting towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Orochimaru, and punched him in the chest. Bang walala! Orochimaru's body, which was hit by the monster punch, immediately turned back into the soil, scattered into a ball, and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the soil under Sei Ito's feet burst open, and a huge snake with its mouth wide open instantly appeared under his feet, jumping up and swallowing Sei Ito into its body. Boom! At this time, a soft sound was heard, and Sei Ito's body immediately disappeared, leaving behind a wooden stake that was swallowed into the belly of the huge snake that rushed out of the ground. Then, a huge python rushed out of the ground and opened its mouth again, and half of Orochimaru's body emerged from its mouth. Then, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a large number of various poisonous snakes, which densely covered the ground and spread in all directions, searching for Sei Ito's trace. At this time, no sound was heard, and no one appeared, but the ground under all the snakes, including the huge python that Orochimaru was hiding in, suddenly turned into a yellow mud swamp, pulling the huge python and the spreading snakes into the yellow mud swamp. Seeing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth again and spat out a long snake from his mouth that wrapped around a branch on the side, pulling himself out of the huge python's body and landing on the branch. But before Orochimaru could stand still, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared beside him, and a monster punch hit Orochimaru's body heavily. Boom! Orochimaru flew to the side like a cannonball, hitting the trunk of a big tree not far away, which was big enough for 3 people to encircle. At the same time, the impact of the impact made a circular dent in the trunk of the big tree, and at the same time, Orochimaru also sank into the tree. Do you want to continue? You don't want this body to be destroyed by me now, do you? Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru's head and said lightly. As soon as his words fell, Orochimaru's head flew out of the branch where Sei Ito was standing, and he opened his mouth and spat out a silver sword towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of the sword, and in the next second, he appeared behind Orochimaru's neck, stretched out his left hand, grabbed Orochimaru's slender neck, and waved his right hand that was covered with wind energy towards Orochimaru's neck. Puff! With a soft sound, Orochimaru's head immediately separated from his body and flew forward. Halfway through, Orochimaru's mouth opened in an exaggerated manner, and a new Orochimaru drilled out of the previous Orochimaru's head, and with his tongue wrapped around a nearby branch, he turned over and stood on the branch. I didn't expect you to use space-time ninjutsu to this extent. Orochimaru looked at Sei Ito with a very ugly face and said, So, what's your choice? Sei Ito shrugged indifferently and asked, After half a month, come here and find me. Orochimaru said in a cold tone. After that, he ignored Sei Ito and used Earth Release to gradually merge his body into the trunk of the tree. Wait! Sei Ito saw this and quickly called out. Orochimaru stopped and stared at Sei Ito with an unfriendly look, to prevent Sei Ito from getting too close. You should have the genetic cells of Minato, the 4th Hokage, right? Sei Ito directly ignored Orochimaru's expression and asked. Yes. If you want it, just give me something in exchange. Orochimaru replied very simply. Then forget it, I'll just go to Konoha again. Sei Ito said with a disdainful look. Humph! Orochimaru snorted coldly and continued to merge his body into the trunk until he finally disappeared completely. After that, Ito Sei used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to Konoha again. He went to the tomb and stole some genetic cells from Minato. At the same time, he also stole some of Uzumaki Kushina's genetic cells. Just in time, I'll take advantage of this half a month before the meeting with Orochimaru to properly deal with the Ichibi to the Hachibi. After thinking about it, Sei-Ito immediately flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent. Then, Ito-Sei controlled the power of the earth element to draw on the desolate ground. After a while, a huge circular magic circle with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. There was a huge pentagram drawn on the inside, and there were Taoist seal runes written around it. Then Sei-Ito stretched out his hand, and a pile of silk, or thread, or wood, or iron materials appeared in front of him. Seeing that everything was ready, Sei-Ito waved his arm, and all the materials floated in front of him together, and with Sei-Ito's movements, they were either woven, melted, changed, or added. Chapter 1056. Pung 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 pung. Welcome to reading. Following 5 muffled sounds, the 5 flags formed a triangle. The colors of the flags were red, white, yellow, black, and green. Each flag had the 5 elements of fire, metal, earth, water, and wood written in golden Taoist cloud seal. The wide ends of the flags were tied to a flagpole made of wood that was not made of metal and wood. The flags were inserted into the 5 corners of the pentagram drawn on the ground. Summon the 5 spirits. After the flags were inserted, Sei-Ito floated in the air and used the Xiangang dipper step. He formed the Star-Lord hand seal and waved his hand to summon the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He infused them into the flags according to the seal characters. In an instant, the 5 flags with intricate patterns and exquisite workmanship all lit up. Red, white, yellow, black, and green lights of 5 colors appeared on them. They slowly flowed along the fine lines on the flagpoles to the ground and converged along the path of the formation. Not long after, with a burst of colorful light, the formation under Sei-Ito's feet was activated. Seeing this, Sei-Ito stopped what he was doing. He waved his hand again and gathered a pile of materials to remake it. Half a day later, 8 flags of different colors floated in front of Ito-Sei. Each of the flags had 8 different rune characters written on them. They were the size of a general's flag. Looking at the 8 flags in front of him, Sei-Ito nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he controlled the earth element energy again. With the pentagram that was already activated and accumulating energy as the center, he drew 2 intersecting cubes on the ground, forming an octagon. When the diagram was completed, once again, Ito-Sei waved his hand and inserted the 8 flags in his hand into the 8 points of the octagon according to the specific defense of the 5-element 8-gown. Universe, heaven and earth, 8-gate golden lock, open. Sei-Ito formed a seal with his hands and shouted. With that, the 8 flags that were inserted into the ground fluttered in the wind. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi and earth vein energy were attracted. They flowed through the flags and into the octagon on the ground, filling the entire octagon. Following that, the octagon slightly lit up and a spatial fluctuation spread out from the area covered by the octagon. This made it difficult to determine the location of that area. I can finally create tools. Sei-Ito sighed as he took in the changes in front of him. Then, he appeared outside the range of the formation. He lowered his body and sat cross-legged on the ground. He summoned 9 Leah stone crystals, 9 Hetian jade, 9 golden threads made of pure gold, 9 silver threads made of pure silver, 9 snow threads made of white silk and demon spider silk, a small piece of specially refined iron, and other miscellaneous items such as a bottle of mercury, high-grade cinnabar, a box of South Sea pearl powder, and so on. First, Sei-Ito took the 9 Leah stone crystals in front of him and summoned the 5 elements cleansing fire that was formed from his own energy to burn them. It didn't seem very powerful. However, under the extremely high temperature of the 5 elements cleansing fire, the Leah stone crystals melted into a pool of dark blue liquid. It floated quietly in the flames. At this point, Sei-Ito moved his mind again and summoned the 9 Hetien jade in front of him and threw them into the cleansing fire. Then, it began to burn. Very soon, the 9 Hetien jade also melted into a pool of pale white viscous liquid. At this time, Sei-Ito used his mental strength to form a small hand and stirred the melted liquid of the Hetien jade and the Lia stone crystals together, creating a large ball of sky-blue pure liquid. Then, he divided it into 9 equal portions and continued to burn it in the fire. Following that, Sei-Ito moved his mind again and moved the 9 golden threads, 9 silver threads, and 9 snow threads in front of him. He threw them into the fire to burn them into liquid and still mixed them into a ball of white gold substance. Then, he threw the South Sea pearl powder, high-grade cinnabar, mercury, and a mess of things into the fire to burn them and added them into the 9 sky-blue liquid and white gold substance. When the calcination was almost complete, Ito-Sei used his mind to make the 9 sky-blue liquid into the shape of the Magatama. He also used the platinum material, which was also divided into 9 parts, to fuse into the 9 Magatama in a complicated and detailed pattern that could be seen at first glance. As soon as the formation in the Magatama was completed, the 9 Magatama emitted a magnificent light one after another. At the same time, a deep and mysterious aura was emitted from the surface of the Magatama. Knowing that it was almost done, Sei-Ito moved his mind and threw the remaining fine iron into the fire to melt it into liquid. He pulled it into a long thin line and divided it into 9 portions to pass through the small holes on the Magatama, acting as the string. Compared to ordinary rope that was easy to break, the fine line made from fine iron that was not attacked by knives and spears was more reliable. Once the 9 Magatama were completed, Sei-Ito immediately dispersed the flame in his hand and took the 9 Magatama into his hand to carefully examine it. "Not bad," Sei-Ito said with a complacent smile. Then, Sei-Ito moved again and drew a much smaller pentagonal circle in front of him. He took out the small flags that he had made when he was scheming against Athena in the God-Slayer world and inserted them into the 5 corners of the pentagonal circle in a way that was completely opposite to the big pentagonal circle. Then, he placed one of the Magatama in the center of the pentagonal circle. At this point, all of Sei-Ito's preparations could be considered complete. Then, Sei-Ito put away the other 8 Magatama and stood up from the ground. He walked to a position a little further away from the formation and moved his mind to summon the illusory dragon 9 Seals Colossus in front of him. He made a hand seal to undo the sealing effect of the seal and released the Ichibi Shikaku. Ayo 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 ayo. I finally got it. As soon as it came out, the Ichibi Shikaku, whose body was completely composed of sand and whose body was covered with ink-like square hole pattern, arrogantly roared. Sei-Ito didn't feel like wasting time on this guy. With a thought, he moved the Ichibi Shikaku to the previously arranged large formation. 8-gate golden lock, seal the heavens and lock the earth, seal. Sei-Ito made a hand seal and shouted in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, 8 golden gates suddenly appeared in the 8-gate golden lock formation outside the pentagonal circle formation. After that, 20 to 30 golden energy shackles flew out from the 8 golden gates, and with a crashing sound, they bound the body of the arrogant Ichibi Shikaku. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to break the shackles. Metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, 5 elements rotate, rotate. Then, Sei-Ito changed his hand seal and shouted. Instantly, the pentagonal circle where the Ichibi Shikaku was located suddenly bloomed with magnificent radiance. Then, the radiance changed from white to black, from black to green, from green to red, from red to yellow, and finally from yellow to white. And just as this white color appeared, a large part of the energy in the Ichibi Shikaku's body was immediately drawn out and transferred to the formation on the ground. Then, it was transferred to the white golden flag, and then transferred to the other flags according to the 5 elements transformation method. Like this, the energy in the Ichibi Shikaku's body was continuously drawn out. A tailed beast deserved to be called a tailed beast. Its energy was huge. Even with the assistance of the formation, Seito still needed a full day and a half to draw out all of its energy. Only the purest spiritual energy of the tailed beast was left. But at this time, it was the most crucial part of the entire processing process. Reverse the universe, reverse the 5 elements move. At this time, Itose, who had already arrived at the minor 5 elements array, shouted. As soon as his words fell, the 8-gate golden lock formation, the great 5 elements formation, and the minor 5 elements formation lit up together. Then, a group of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of Seito through an unknown way, and issued a roar that went straight to the soul. Looking at the spiritual energy that appeared in front of him, Seito immediately used his finger as a sword and wrote a Taoist cloud seal in the void. In an instant, the tip of Seito's finger lit up, and a golden Taoist character exuding a golden light immediately shot into the spiritual energy in the minor 5 elements formation. Just like when Kushina and Namikaze Minato suppressed the vortex, it scattered into several golden stars and merged into the spiritual energy. Then, Seito raised his finger and divided the spiritual energy into 2 parts. One part was introduced into the Magatama in the formation by a special method, and was imprisoned by the Magatama in the formation. The other part was sent back to the great 5 elements formation by Seito, and merged with the remaining spiritual energy in the formation. The spiritual energy that was taken back by the main spiritual energy in the formation, along with the golden light in its body, instantly merged into the big spiritual energy group. Seeing this, Seito slightly smiled, and activated the Magatama to inject the Shikaku's soul into the spiritual energy group, making it bloom again. It's just that in this process, Seito has been using the secret method of Yin-Yang Jutsu to control the spiritual energy in the Magatama, and through the mysterious connection between the souls, he trained the huge Shikaku that had recovered its body on the other side. To put it bluntly, Seito is using a special method to refine the Ichibi Shikaku into a Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami. The so-called Shikigami refers to the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami, by subduing demons or ghosts, or by refining a part of the demon or ghost soul, or the whole body, into a lich that can be controlled by the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami. The Shikigami's main body is the body produced by the fusion of energy and spiritual energy. In terms of form, it is no different from the so-called tailed beast. At most, one side has a huge amount of energy, and it can't be raised without special methods. The other side has about the same amount of energy, and as long as one is lucky, it can still be obtained. Of course, there are some Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use other methods to create some special spirits by themselves, but most of those methods will cause trouble to their descendant. So in order to avoid trouble, the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use that method will directly curse themselves to resolve the resentment of the spirits, so as not to affect their descendants. Therefore, most of the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use this method will die a horrible death. After a few hours, the Ichibi Shikaku that had retrieved all the energy appeared in front of Seito again. To be continued. Chapter 1057. Seito's fingers changed, and the formation that shrouded Ichibi Shikaku's body immediately dissipated like a mist in the face of a strong wind, allowing Ichibi Shikaku to regain its freedom. High-quality update. But at this time, Ichibi Shikaku no longer had its original ferocious appearance, and it was lying on the ground very obediently, swaying its huge sand tail slightly, sweeping up a light dust on the ground. Not bad. Looking at the performance of Ichibi Shikaku in front of him, Seito nodded with satisfaction and said, Then, Seito's hand seals changed, and the huge Ichibi Shikaku in front of him immediately exploded, turning into countless light yellow spots like sand, and flew in front of Seito and into the blue Magatama in his hand until all the light spots disappeared into the Magatama. It's done. Seito looked at the Magatama in his hand and chuckled. Then, Seito turned his hand and put away the Magatama that imprisoned Ichibi Shikaku, and used his thoughts to summon the Nibi Jinchuriki, the two Yujito giants in front of him. However, due to the fact that the tailed beasts were still sealed in the Tuyumu puppets, the first thing Itose did was to remove the Jinchuriki seal on the Tuyumu puppets and release the Nibi Matatabi. At the next moment, accompanied by a wild cat cry, a huge cat-type tailed beast that was burning with dark blue flames and looked like it was purely composed of energy, completely without a physical body, appeared in front of Seito. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate, and immediately mobilized his power to throw Matatabi into the center of the formation, activated the formation, and extracted the energy of Nibi Matatabi according to the new 5 elements rotation method. During this process, Seito did not rescue the two Yujito giants who were Jinchuriki. As the tailed beast broke out of its body, it died and was absorbed by the magic cube world as nutrient. Although Nibi Matatabi wasn't that strong, the amount of chakra it had was more than Ichibi Shikaku. Therefore, it took nearly 2 days to extract all the chakra from Nibi Matatabi's body, revealing one of the core components of the Bijou, spiritual energy. Erode and modify the main body. In the end, he completed the taming and stored it in the jade hook in his hand. Then, he put away the two-tailed Magatama and summoned the wild three-tailed beast before throwing it into the array to continue refining. It's time to meet Orochimaru. We'll deal with the remaining tailed beasts after we meet him. After putting away the Seito sealed with the four-tailed Magatama, Kacha, 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 Kacha. Kacha whispered to himself. Then, Seito went out of the magic cube world and returned to the Naruto world. He set off towards Orochimaru's secret base. After a long while, Seito once again arrived outside Orochimaru's secret base. Orochimaru, I'm coming. Seito shouted loudly using the Buddhist lion roar. His voice echoed in the empty and quiet forest. It wasn't until more than a minute after he completely disappeared that Orochimaru's figure emerged from the ground again in the same way as last time. Where's the thing? Seito's face showed a slight look of ridicule as he looked at Orochimaru, who used the earth clone to meet him, and asked directly. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, but he still raised his head, opened his mouth, and spat out a scroll from his mouth. Disgusting. Looking at the way Orochimaru carried the scroll, Seito muttered with goosebumps all over his body. Although his voice was very low, Seito knew that Orochimaru definitely heard his words. And Orochimaru's reaction confirmed Seito's judgment. In an instant, a huge murderous aura erupted from Orochimaru's body, raging in the space between the two, making the already somewhat cold environment even colder. First, restore my hands, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice after spitting out the scroll and rolling it with his tongue. I don't trust you, give me the scroll first, and I'll help you restore your hands. Seito refused very straightforwardly. I don't trust you either, Orochimaru said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them fell into a heavy silence. Let's take a step back. Let's create a shadow clone jutsu at the same time. You let your shadow clone jutsu take the scroll and leave with my shadow clone jutsu, and I'll stay here to restore your hands. After a while, Seito took the lead and said, Okay. Orochimaru paused and agreed. Let me confirm the authenticity of your scroll first. Just as Orochimaru was about to cast a shadow clone jutsu, Seito stopped him. Humph. Orochimaru snorted coldly, but he still opened the scroll and showed the content of the scroll to Seito. In an instant, a black and white scroll with a seal on the surface and written in the unique secret language of Awagakure appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. At first glance, it didn't seem to be a sentence, and he didn't know what was written inside. Sei Ito carefully checked it and found that there were indeed no traces of genjutsu or forgery on it, and he was basically sure that it was Awagakure's seal scroll. The high-quality update is here. It's done. Sei Ito nodded and said, then made a hand seal and cast a shadow clone jutsu beside him. At the same time, Orochimaru also cast a shadow clone jutsu, took the scroll from Orochimaru's body, and jumped away without saying anything. Sei Ito saw this and patted the shadow clone jutsu's back with one hand, and the shadow clone jutsu immediately chased after Orochimaru's shadow clone jutsu. Give me a ninja. Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru and said, don't be too weak, it's best if he's a jonin, although a chunin is fine, it's not certain if he can restore your hands smoothly. At this point, Orochimaru was too lazy to bother with Sei Ito, not to mention that he was just a ninja. Although he didn't have many jonin-level ninjas in his hands, for the sake of his hands, it's not impossible to sacrifice one guy, so his face was gloomy. Orochimaru informed Kabuto, who was guarding the base, and asked him to pick a ninja from his subordinates and assign him outside. Kabuto was very dedicated to Orochimaru's instructions, and after a while, a middle-aged ninja was personally followed by Kabuto to the ground. Nozawa, go to him, Orochimaru said to the middle-aged ninja. The middle-aged ninja nodded and walked slowly in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't hesitate to reach out and put his hand on the shoulder of the ninja named Nozawa. First, he used genjutsu to confuse his mind without leaving a trace, and then hypnotizing and telepathic abilities. He quickly modified Nozawa's memory. Nozawa was under his control. Take it and go to the side. In less than a minute, Sei Ito retracted his hand from Nozawa's shoulder, turned his hand and took out a devil mask and handed it to Nozawa and said, yes. Nozawa, who reached out and took the mask, responded. Then he didn't greet Orochimaru or Kabuto, as if he didn't know them. He took the mask and left Sei Ito's side. He disappeared into the forest not far away. What do you mean by this? Orochimaru's expression became more and more ugly. Don't worry, your hands will recover soon, Sei Ito replied calmly. On the other side, the middle-aged ninja named Nozawa came to the forest. He raised his hand and put the devil mask on his face, then he made hand seals with both hands, and cast the corpse demon seal according to the hand seals that suddenly appeared in his mind. With the completion of Nozawa's hand seals, a Shinigami with a height of about 3 meters, with a gray, slightly transparent body, with a face that was exactly the same as the evil spirits in Japanese legends, with a short knife in his mouth, his hands stretched out, and his clothes like a robe fluttering without wind, appeared behind Nozawa. Turning his head and looking at the Shinigami behind him, Nozawa's expression changed, but he still followed the instructions in his mind and used his mind to pull the Shinigami over, letting the Shinigami fuse into his body and attach to him. Following the action of his mind, the Shinigami slowly melted into Nozawa's body from behind. At this time, Nozawa's expression became fierce, and he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and stabbed it into his left waist. Then he pulled the kunai with his arm and cut his abdomen horizontally. In an instant, with a burst of bright white light blooming from Nozawa's abdomen, 5 balls of light instantly flew out of Nozawa's abdomen, divided into 2 and disappeared in front of Nozawa's eyes. Among them, the lone ball of light directly appeared on top of Orochimaru's head through the mysterious passage, and under the gaze of Sei Ito's Ryatsu, it entered Orochimaru's body. As soon as the ball of light entered his body, Orochimaru immediately felt the change in his hands, and with a look of surprise, he made several hand seals in his hands, and opened his mouth to spit a huge fireball at Sei Ito. Fire release. Great fireball technique. I knew it would be this kind of attack. Seito curled his lips and said, and at the same time, he used instant transmission to move Yakushi Kabuto in front of him to block Orochimaru's great fireball technique. Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't expect to be used as a shield, was immediately hit by the great fireball technique and burned a large area of his body. And because of Seito's intervention, Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't come into contact with Karen and didn't investigate the powerful recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan from Karen, didn't have the recovery ability. So under this attack, Yakushi Kabuto's body was directly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Seito smirked seeing this, and used instant transmission to appear beside Yakushi Kabuto and punched his head. Under the threat of death, Yakushi Kabuto endured the severe pain in his body and used substitution jutsu to disappear in front of Seito's eyes. Seito, who appeared in front of him in place of Yakushi Kabuto, spread out his space perception and immediately captured the position of Yakushi Kabuto, who took the opportunity to hide, and then used instant transmission again to appear behind Yakushi Kabuto, and pierced his medulla oblongata with his palm covered with lightning. Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't expect that he would be exposed so quickly, his burnt face was full of unwillingness, and he lost all signs of life with resentment. Although Naruto's world changed a lot because of Seito's intervention, there weren't many things related to Yakushi Kabuto. Except for the loss of his super recovery ability, Uchiha Sasuke still stayed by Orochimaru's side, so as long as there is no accident, Orochimaru will eventually die in the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto will still have the opportunity to obtain Orochimaru's research results, inherit Orochimaru's chakra, travel, collect the genes of various Kekkei Genkai, study Edo Tensei, create the Fourth Shinobi World War, and so on. Therefore, after this attack, although Seito didn't feel anything, he was sure that the world's power he will get will definitely not be small. This time, I will break your arm first, and the next time will be when you will die completely. Orochimaru. Seito, who killed Yakushi Kabuto and destroyed his body in the Rubik's Cube world, used instant transmission to appear beside the ninja named Nozawa, and left a message to Orochimaru, who had an ugly expression on his face. Seito threw Nozawa's body into the Rubik's Cube world to destroy it, put away the Yakushi mask, and once again used instant transmission to appear beside his shadow clone, and together with his shadow clone, they fought against Orochimaru's shadow clone. With the addition of Seito's main body, Orochimaru's shadow clone was quickly blasted into smoke, and the seal scroll in his hand was snatched. Then Seito put away his shadow clone and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Here, Seito didn't have to worry about anything, so he opened the seal scroll and studied it carefully. But just when he opened the scroll to a certain extent, a familiar, hissing sound came from the scroll. Hearing this sound, Seito didn't understand. This must be Orochimaru didn't want him to get the scroll smoothly, so he installed the explosive charm in it. Not daring to hesitate, Seito immediately unfolded the seal scroll and prepared to deal with the explosive charm inside. Boom! However, Orochimaru was a master of evil, and the explosive charm he used was a kind of quick explosion type, so as soon as the scroll was unfolded, more than half of the scroll exploded into countless fragments with a loud bang, and fell to the ground in front of Seito's eyes. Humph, Orochimaru, very good. Seito, who reached out and took the remaining pages of the scroll, said fiercely. Then Seito threw away the remaining pages in his hand, and thought to return to the northern area of the Rubik's Cube continent, grabbed the Gobi's Jinchuriki in front of him, and pulled out the bijou and continued to process it. It's not that Seito didn't want to go back and find trouble with Orochimaru immediately, mainly because with his understanding of Orochimaru's character, at this time, Orochimaru must have abandoned this base and ran to some other base to hide. However, Seito wasn't worried. In short, Orochimaru can't run out of this world, and it won't be too late to find that guy after he finishes processing all the bijou. Anyway, he has a lot of time to deal with Orochimaru. Chapter 1058. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. High-quality update. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this more than a month, with the help of the formation, Seito finally refined all the other eight-tailed beasts except Kyuubi and Kurama into Shikigami and sealed them in the special tomo. It's time to release Kyuubi, Seito said as he put away the tomo. Seito immediately flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the Naruto world. Seito turned his head and looked in the direction of the place where he met Orochimaru before, sneered, and jumped away from the place and moved towards the Land of Fire. After more than a day, Seito successfully arrived at the Land of Fire and stopped in a relatively prosperous town. However, he didn't look for a hotel to stay in. Instead, he went directly to a public toilet and entered the secret room behind it through a secret door. He met with the local bounty organization and received 2 missions from them to capture the renegade ninjas. Naturally, he didn't take the mission to get the bounty or anything, but to use the bounty hunter's intelligence network to find the nearest ninja, so that he can go there to capture the ninja as a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei. After all, according to the requirements of the Edo Tensei, in addition to the required number of genes of the summoned person before the summoning, it also needs 2 living human bodies to be the host of the reincarnated person, otherwise it will be impossible to succeed. Moreover, according to the different living sacrifices, the strength of the summoned reincarnated person will also be different. Although Seito used the Edo Tensei mainly to release Kyuubi, it's also good to find a good sacrifice to make the jutsu more successful. Accepted the mission. Seito was too lazy to continue to stay in this stinking place, so he immediately turned around and left the base of the bounty organization. According to the simple information about the target provided by the bounty organization, he rushed to the place where the target appeared last time. High-quality update. Because the other party is a rebellious ninja, they generally don't stay in one place for a long time, so the information given by Seito is often outdated. Therefore, Seito, who didn't want to rush, directly used instant transmission to rush. With that exaggerated speed, Ito-sei soon arrived at the location of one of the 2 missions. It was a relatively remote mountain village. There were no strong people in the entire place, so Seito had just arrived. He immediately used his perception to discover the hiding place of the traitor ninja. In a small mud house, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the house. In an instant, a middle-aged man dressed like an honest villager appeared in front of Seito. The man was stunned when he saw Seito suddenly appear. Immediately, he swept away the stupefied feeling he had before. He changed into a sharp and shrewd appearance and attacked Seito. A pile of tableware flew towards Seito's face. Seito didn't dodge. He directly used instant transmission to open a space channel in front of his face and behind the man's head, teleporting the tableware flying towards him. Crackle! In an instant, he heard a burst of noise. He didn't expect that the things he threw out would hit him. Moreover, the middle-aged man's figure staggered, and Seito, who took the opportunity to appear beside him, knocked him unconscious. Seito, who threw the middle-aged man into the Rubik's Cube world, flashed and left the mud house where the man lived, rushing towards the location of the other mission target. In less than half a day, Seito arrived at the town where the other person was located. But unfortunately, that person was a typical traitor ninja. Seito searched around the town and couldn't find a trace of that guy. Even so, Seito didn't return empty-handed. He directly knocked out a traitor ninja he found in the town and left the town and came to the wilderness outside the town. High-quality update. Seito glanced around, and after confirming that no one was around, He threw the 2 living sacrifices to the ground. According to the rules of Edo Tensei, it's not enough to have a living sacrifice. It's also necessary to disguise the living sacrifice as close to the reincarnated person as possible. Of course, the image here doesn't refer to the appearance, but to the burial environment. Therefore, Seito first used wood release to make 2 wooden stakes to make 2 coffins. He put the 2 living sacrifices in the coffins, took a large amount of soil and scattered it around the bodies of the 2 people, and put the genes of Minato and Uzumaki Kushina into the coffins. After that, he sealed the coffins, buried the 2 people in the ground, and began to engrave the formation needed for Edo Tensei on the ground. After all this was done, Seito took 2 steps back, first made a hand seal, then slammed it on the ground and shouted, "Edo Tensei!" As Seito's voice fell, the 2 coffins that had just been buried in the ground broke out of the ground and stood upright on the ground. Then, with a light click, the covers of the 2 coffins collapsed, revealing the figures of the 2 people in the coffins. But at this time, the coffins were still in the original image of the 2 people, Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. At this time, Seito turned his hand and took out 2 kunai tied to the ends of the yellow paper and inserted them into the heads of the 2 people. At the moment these 2 kunai were inserted, Minato and Uzumaki Kushina instantly opened their eyes and forgot to look at Seito in front of them. "It seems that you are determined to release the Kyuubi." Looking at Ito-sei in front of him, Namikaze Minato, who had already merged with the special yellow talisman that Ito-sei put into his body just now, understood the cause and effect of everything that had happened, smiled bitterly. "Minato, where is this?" Kushina, who didn't receive any special treatment and was just a pure Edo Tensei, asked with a puzzled expression. "Sigh." Minato sighed and did not answer. Ito-sei smiled at Namikaze Minato, and with a thought, he sent Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina into the Rubik's Cube world, and took them to a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube. At this point, Ito-sei first used Forbidden to imprison Namikaze Minato to prevent him from moving. Then, under Namikaze Minato's gaze, Ito-sei used the Taoist exorcism technique to disperse Uzumaki Kushina's body. He directly extracted Uzumaki Kushina's soul and threw it into the Leia stone crystal that sealed the other part of Uzumaki Kushina's soul, allowing the 2 souls to recombine. "Do you want to do it, or should I?" Seito, who sent the Leia stone crystal back to Karen's residence, turned and looked at Minato, who was imprisoned, and asked, "I want to know how Naruto is now." Minato, who did not answer immediately, asked, "After that, I sent him back. As for whether he has reunited with Jiraiya now, I don't know. But they should have reunited. After all, he is also a shaman of the Toad clan." Seito explained. "So it's like that." Minato nodded and said, "You do it. I can't release Kyuubi with my own hand." "All right." Seito nodded in agreement, then reached out and put his hand on Minato's shoulder, and invaded Minato's sea of consciousness with his spiritual sensing ability. He found the sealed space connected to Kyuubi, and opened the seal of Kyuubi. In the next moment, accompanied by a hot and evil aura, a more ferocious and brutal Kyuubi demon fox appeared on the ground. At the same time, Minato's body, which was reborn from the Edo Tensei, immediately burst apart, turning into countless stars that dissipated in the void, and transferred into the reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world. Ignoring Minato, Seito stretched his finger forward and quickly drew in the void. Soon, a Taoist cloud seal with golden light flew out from Seito's finger, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a small mountain. With the help of the Rubik's Cube, it suppressed Kyuubi's back and completely suppressed the newly appeared Kyuubi. Then, Seito flashed to the top of Kyuubi's head, and used his spiritual sensing ability to invade Kyuubi's sea of consciousness. In an instant, an extremely violent spiritual impact composed of a large number of negative emotions rushed towards Sei Ito's spiritual consciousness. Although Kyuubi's negative energy was very powerful, how could it be compared to the billions of people in Sea World? Therefore, Sei Ito's thoughts were not affected by Kyuubi's negative energy, and he forcibly invaded the purest core of Kyuubi's consciousness. From the inside, he began to hypnotize Kyuubi, rewrite his character, set up restrictions, add seals, and other actions. After all, Kyuubi claimed to have unlimited chakra, and Sei Ito, who did not have time to extract it one by one, could only perform Kyuubi's style apotheosis in this way. Fortunately, the whole process went smoothly, and there were no twists and turns, so after more than half an hour, the Kyuubi released from Minato's body was transformed by Sei Ito, and it no longer bared its fangs at Sei Ito. Then Sei Ito withdrew from Kyuubi's spiritual sea of consciousness, and after forcibly extracting spiritual energy from Kyuubi's body and putting it into Magatama, he flashed to another Kyuubi that was extracted from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and continued to do the same thing. Kyuubi, who gathered all of Kyuubi's negative emotions, couldn't do anything to Sei Ito, and this Kyuubi, who only had a little evil thoughts left, couldn't do anything to Sei Ito. So, after more than half an hour, this Kyuubi was also successfully transformed by Sei Ito, and his spiritual consciousness was sealed in Magatama. In Magatama, the yin and yang spiritual energies, which were originally the same body, instantly merged together and became a new spiritual consciousness. However, no matter how he changed it, under the influence of Sei Ito, it was still under the control of Sei Ito, and it couldn't escape. Chapter 1059. Under Sei Ito's operation, the two Kyuubi, which had been controlled by him, merged into the legendary Kyuubi with infinite chakra and powerful combat power. And the Kyuubi, which had been restored, really lived up to its legend. After the fusion, the momentum that erupted at the moment greatly exceeded Sei Ito's expectations, directly breaking through the A-level assessment of the main world and reaching the level of half-step S-level. Coupled with the fusion of yin and yang and infinite energy body, it's not bad to say that it's an S-level. At most, it's just that it doesn't have a domain because of its different path. If the Kyuubi alone can reach this level, then wouldn't the Jubi be even more exaggerated? Sei Ito, who kept the Kyuubi in the Magatama, couldn't help but wonder. For the time being, Sei Ito, who didn't intend to create something unstable like the Jubi, immediately put away the reverie in his heart, and left the Rubik's Cube world with a sneer on his face, rushing in the direction of the land of rice, ready to find Orochimaru to get back at him for the last time. However, thinking that Orochimaru liked to wander around the Naruto world and trick children, Sei Ito summoned Karen to his side as soon as he set off, and used her perception to search for Orochimaru's traces. He didn't know if it was because his hands had recovered, and he was eager to finish the unfinished experiment before, or because Kabuto was killed, and he was looking for a suitable candidate for his assistant, but Orochimaru didn't follow his old habit of abducting children all over the world. Instead, he stayed in a secret base, and Sei Ito, who was worried about him running around the world, carefully searched for him for 3 or 4 days before he found him. When he arrived at the place, Sei Ito first sent Karen back to the Rubik's Cube world, and then used the Taoist's 5 elements escape technique to blend into the ground, and sneaked towards the secret base where Orochimaru was. About 3 minutes later, Sei Ito's figure appeared in Orochimaru's secret base, and he was very close to the room where Orochimaru was. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed, and disappeared from the place he was standing, and appeared in Orochimaru's room. He didn't use any energy, he just used a sharp hand blade to stab at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru didn't use any energy, he just used the Haka assassination technique. Orochimaru, who has participated in 2 shinobi world wars, has experienced countless dangers, and has already developed a strong sense of danger. The moment Sei-Ito made a move, he knew that an enemy was coming, so he immediately lowered his head to avoid Sei-Ito's sneak attack and stretched his arms back. He cast 2 latent shadow snake hands. In an instant, a dozen dark green snakes with the width of 3 fingers shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, opening their 4 sharp fangs and biting towards Ito Seiji's body. Sei-Ito's body flashed with an electric light, and he instantly entered the state of lightning flash. He turned around and stepped forward, appearing in front of Orochimaru as if he had teleported. He threw a punch at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru's body, which had become very strange after the transformation, was immediately stretched and thrown away after being punched, and was thrown away from the place with his head on his body. Fierce snake stomp. During the flight, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals with his hands, and then 2 huge snakes that almost occupied the whole room appeared in the room, either with their bodies, tails, or opened their mouths to attack Ito Seiji. Although these attacks were fast, but for Sei-Ito, who was in the state of lightning flash, they were still very slow, and he easily dodged them. However, at this time, except for the 2 snakes and Sei-Ito, there was no trace of Orochimaru. Sei-Ito frowned when he saw this, and released his space perception to search for Orochimaru's position. He's not here. After searching for about a mile, Sei-Ito still couldn't find Orochimaru's location and thought, then he must be hiding inside the body of the giant snake. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito immediately summoned celestial clouds and held it in his hand. In an instant, he appeared 7 inches in front of a large snake. Under the pursuit of another large snake, he stabbed the large snake 7 inches in front of him. His body moved down, and from the point of penetration, a long crack appeared on the snake's body. In an instant, a fishy smell and some blood spewed out from the body of the big snake that was cut open. Sei-Ito, who caused serious injury to a big snake, turned around and raised his arm, waved celestial clouds in a huge semicircle, and cut across the neck of another snake that missed its attack. The other big snake was also seriously injured. But in the next moment, more than a dozen long snakes, as thick as an adult's arm, rushed out from the wounds of the 2 dying big snakes, and rushed towards Sei-Ito. At the same time, Sei-Ito's figure flashed. Retreating to the edge of the room, he inserted celestial clouds in his hand into the body of a big snake, and using celestial clouds as a medium, he transmitted the lightning energy to the snake's body, and like lightning release ground walk, the lightning energy spread in the room and spread among the snake. Amidst the crackling sounds, all the snakes that were attacked were stiff on the ground or on other snakes, emitting a somewhat unpleasant smell of burnt snake meat. Whoosh! At this moment, with a whistling sound, several transparent air balls flew out from the corner of the roof and shot towards Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito's figure flashed, and using instant transmission, he appeared in front of Orochimaru, whose body was half hanging on the roof, and slashed down. Puff! With a muffled sound, half of Orochimaru's body fell to the ground and broke into pieces. In the next moment, several cone-shaped sharp objects formed by earth and stone rose from the ground, piercing through the snake's body on the ground, and quickly stabbed towards Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito's figure flashed again, and returned to the ground, spinning around and waving his katana. He slashed out a crescent-shaped energy, and all the earth and stone pillars were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. But at this moment, a circular hole suddenly appeared on the roof of the room, and a large amount of clay quickly fell from the hole, trying to fill the entire room. Although Sei-Ito hasn't used this ninjutsu before, and he hasn't seen anyone use it before, but the content of the ninjutsu scroll that he obtained from Orochimaru by using Uchiha Sasuke as a bargaining chip is the specific use of this ninjutsu called Clay from the Sky. Immediately, without hesitation, Kuroto used instant transmission to escape from the room and returned to the corridor of Orochimaru's base, and then reactivated his spatial perception to search for Orochimaru's position. Because of the use of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was not hiding in the body of a snake at this time, so Itosei immediately found Orochimaru, who occupied a large number of space nodes from the abnormal situation of the surrounding space nodes, and used instant transmission to summon Orochimaru in front of him, and pierced Orochimaru's head with the Kusanagi sword that he had already prepared. Puff! A large amount of blood flowed down the blade of celestial clouds and flowed to the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was supposed to be dead, opened his mouth, and a sharp sword quickly shot towards Sei-Ito's head. With a thought, Sei-Ito used instant transmission to open a space channel between Orochimaru's mouth and in front of him, twisting Orochimaru's sword and sending it to the top of Orochimaru's mouth, piercing Orochimaru's neck. Puff! With a muffled sound, Orochimaru's neck, which had just emerged from the mouth of Orochimaru's corpse, was once again pierced by his own grass razor. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate to cut Orochimaru's body and the skin created by Orochimaru's substitution jutsu into two halves. Puff! Whoosh! First, there was a muffled sound, followed by a large amount of blood and internal organs spewing out of Orochimaru's body, falling to the ground, exuding an unpleasant smell. However, knowing that Orochimaru still had White Scale's body that could be used to escape, Sei-Ito didn't dare to relax, and immediately unfolded his spiritual force to cover a range of 100 meters around him, monitoring any movement around Orochimaru's corpse. But after waiting for a long time, Sei-Ito still didn't see White Scale's body appear. Knowing that Orochimaru didn't want to come out because he didn't want to leave, Sei-Ito didn't show any surprise on his face. He turned around and left the place, as if he was looking for trophies, and in order to increase his confidence, he retracted his spiritual force that he had just unfolded, allowing White Scale's body to detect his presence. But in the dark, Sei-Ito transferred all his attention to his spatial perception, and continued to lock the range of a few meters around Orochimaru's corpse, waiting for Orochimaru's body to appear. In this way, after 5 or 6 minutes of mutual calculation, a small white snake with the thickness of a finger and a length of less than 20 centimeters crawled out from Orochimaru's corpse, and quickly slithered away. Seeing this, Sei-Ito immediately launched instant transmission and appeared beside the small white snake, then stabbed the tip of celestial clouds into the head of the small white snake, nailing it to the ground. The vitality of snakes is very strong. Even if the head is pierced, its body is still twisting and turning, and it was not until 2 or 3 minutes later that it completely calmed down. Bang! Sei-Ito picked up his katana and lifted the body of the small white snake in front of him. After observing it for a while, he waved his hand and summoned a flame, burning the body of the small white snake to ashes. After about a minute, the familiar feeling of the world force pouring into his body emerged from the bottom of Itosei's heart. At this point, Sei-Ito, who had confirmed Orochimaru's death, smiled slightly and used instant transmission to leave Orochimaru's base, moving towards Iwagakure in the Earth Country. He intends to go there to see if there is an opportunity to steal Iwagakure's sealing jutsu and find the so-called dust releases cultivation method. Chapter 1060. Break. In a seemingly simple room, but the details are not luxurious, Itosei stood in front of a nunnery, his hands forming a seal as he shouted. This is the place where Iwagakure stored the scroll of seals. Unlike Konoha, Iwagakure's scroll of seals has always been kept by Tsuchikage himself, and it was stored in a small nunnery with a protective barrier in his house. Under normal circumstances, unless someone can defeat Tsuchikage, it's impossible to steal the scroll of seals from under his nose. Unfortunately, Sei-Ito isn't an ordinary person. With instant transmission, not to mention Iwagakure, there's no secret place in Naruto's world that can block his detection. Therefore, after some effort, Seito appeared here and did what he was doing. Crackle! Accompanied by a series of glass-shattering sounds, the protective enchantment protecting the Book of Seal was broken, and the Book of Seal was completely presented in front of Ito-sei. However, Ito-sei knew that with the destruction of the barrier, his existence must be exposed. So, without thinking, Ito-sei reached out and grabbed the scroll of seals in the nunnery, launched instant transmission, and disappeared from the room. Without stopping, he directly broke through the barrier and left Iwagakure, moving in a random direction. Using instant transmission was a powerful way to travel. Seito quickly left Iwagakure and came to a secret place, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Finally, I got it. I hope there's something I want on it. Ito-sei, who was sitting cross-legged in a house in the central area, opened the scroll and said in his heart, "The content of these scrolls is similar to the fake scrolls made by Orochimaru before. There is a special layer of seal on the surface, and only part of the text exposed outside is compiled using the special code of the Earth Ninja Village, making it impossible for people to understand what is written inside." Seeing this, Seito sighed, rolled up the scroll, and set off to the eastern forest of the Rubik's Cube continent. He found Karen, one of the village managers. She gathered some ninjas who are talented in deciphering the code to decipher the Book of Seals. Fortunately, Seito wasn't completely ignorant of Iwagakure's code, so the decoders didn't need to rely on the current code of Konoha, Kumo, and Kirigakure to deduce Iwagakure's code, which saved a lot of time. That's it. After Karen broke the seal on the surface of the Scroll of Seals, the code deciphering class took less than 5 days. The content of the ninjutsu on the scroll was completely deciphered. Seito, who had already deciphered the scroll from Karen's hand, immediately opened the scroll and looked down. The first thing that caught his eyes were some unique ninjutsu that only Iwagakure ninjas could use. Seito had already learned the names and practice methods of these ninjutsu from the ninjutsu scroll he obtained from Orochimaru. Therefore, Seito directly skipped the ninjutsu that he had already mastered and moved his eyes to the ninjutsu on the scroll that he hadn't mastered yet. For example, Earth Release, Petrification, Earth Release, Hell of Ants, Earth Release, Earthquake Core, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Release, Earth Release, Kaichi Shinku, Earth Release, Rock Fist, Tsuchikage Signature Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Heavy Rock Jutsu, Earth Release, Super 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 Heavy Rock Jutsu. Earth 1 was an evil Earth Release ninjutsu that was similar to the combination of Edo Tensei and Geto Reincarnation Tensei. It was an evil Earth Release ninjutsu that could resurrect the enemies he killed and control them as his slave. However, it's a pity that in the entire scroll, apart from these Earth Release ninjutsu and some of the development and research theories of Earth Release ninjutsu, there is no other ninjutsu that Ito-sei is interested in besides the ultimate creation jutsu Soil of the Dead. Also, Dust Release is a secret ninjutsu of the Tsuchikage clan. It should be compiled into a separate scroll, or it should be a special ninjutsu that is directly taught by the Tsuchikage. It's not safe to record it in a scroll of seals that some privileged people can see. Seito, who had roughly browsed through the scroll of seals, thought. As for whether there are other possibilities, Seito didn't know, and he was too lazy to guess. By the way, how is Mabai's situation? Seito, who was looking down at the scroll of seals and memorizing the ninjutsu practice method, suddenly asked. After Seito plundered the Hachibi Jinchuriki in Kumogakure, He took advantage of Reikage going to Kumogakure to check the situation in Kumogakure and sneaked into Reikage's office building in Kumogakure. Her official position in Kumogakure was Reikage's full-time secretary, helping Reikage to deal with some documents and the like. The reason why Seito kidnapped her was because he saw that she had a Kekii Genkai in her hands, and it was a lightning release variant ninjutsu, Heaven's Gift Jutsu. It's a powerful ninjutsu that can directly teleport any item to any place at the speed of light without being affected by any conditions or areas. In the original work, she used this ninjutsu to send Reikage and Steel Hand to the front line. It's just that, unlike teleportation items, ordinary people's bodies can't withstand the teleportation effect of Heaven's Gift Jutsu. They will be directly torn apart during the teleportation process and die miserably. Only those whose bodies have been extremely strengthened can be teleported. However, this is not a problem for Seito, and Seito doesn't intend to let Ma-Bai teleport herself. At most, she will help her send the iron plate with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to hard-to-reach places. It's a very convenient postal worker, and it's more convenient than the magic of sending letters learned from the Godslayer world. I have explained the situation to her. Although she hasn't fully accepted it, she has basically become obedient. I believe that after monitoring her for a period of time, she can be used as an official staff. Karen, who was standing on the side, raised her hand and gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on her face, and replied seriously, "That's good." Seito nodded and said, then didn't talk anymore. He concentrated on recording the ninjutsu on the scroll. In fact, Seito has traced the origin of the Taoist's 5 elements release jutsu through the combination of earth release jutsu, water release jutsu, and wood release jutsu. The earth release, water release, and wood release jutsu in his hands can be regarded as the Taoist's 5 elements release jutsu. It's just that he didn't get the specific practice method of the original Taoist's 5 elements release jutsu, and sometimes he still needs to form hand seals during the casting process, and some of the ninjutsu's effects are too different. Seito only regarded them as pseudo 5 elements jutsu in his heart, and he continued to keep the name of ninjutsu. As for the other lightning release and wind release, Seito classified them as pseudo-Taoist lightning release and wind release in the pseudo-Taoist 72 jutsu system. It was equivalent to re-establishing a set of Taoist jutsu system that is only suitable for his own situation. If in the future, the 5 elements jutsu and other magic that can be combined with the Heavenly Spirit 36 jutsu and Earthly Fiend 72 jutsu can also be grouped into one, then Seito can be considered to have completely stepped into the Grand Master realm. Open a unique mountain gate. Become a sect master. Of course, these are all long-term plans. Seito didn't think of those for the time being. But because of the round key in his body that was born from the power of the world and can cover all attributes, Seito is unconsciously moving in this direction. After more than half an hour, Seito, who recorded the ninjutsu practice method in the Book of Seals, copied some of the ninjutsu that are not forbidden jutsu into a scroll and placed it in the ninjutsu dojo in the village for the ninja to practice. Then he put away the Book of Seals and sent it to the inner room of the library in the ecological city for safekeeping. Then he and Karen immediately returned to Karen's residence and made love with each other. The next day, after Seito went out and left a farewell letter to Temari, Kurenai, and Mitarashi Anko, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world again and teleported back to the main world. It's not that Seito doesn't want to take down the Naruto world and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. After all, he has the 9-tailed beasts in his hand, and he has mastered the skill of instant transmission. It's too easy to destroy a ninja village or directly use chopping hands to capture a Kage to threaten a village to surrender, and then unify the entire Naruto world. But he is afraid that he will miss the time because of swallowing and absorbing the Naruto world, causing danger to his elder sister and mother in the main world. Therefore, Ito had to temporarily give up the temptation of unifying the Naruto world and directly return to the main world. He is going to wait until the outside world is over, or after it has come to an end. He will come back to deal with the Naruto world. With a cracking sound, Ito once again returned to his home in the main world. With the time interval between the dimensional world and the main world, at this time, the main world is still in the time period when Ito left. At most, it will jump forward a few seconds. Ito, who just slept for a night and didn't have anything important to do, directly appeared in Kyushu's Kumamoto area with Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which has completely become a monster country. He unfolded his domain and summoned 9 thick fire dragons to burn and kill the monsters that swarmed around him, obtaining the rare world force of the main world to make up for the battle situation during this period of time. In order to deal with the situation, he used the world force of the main world to transform the bodies of people such as Shinya, Kanzanyama, Erika, Liliana, and the 9-tailed beasts that were newly captured from the Naruto world so that they can directly appear in the main world. Under the burning of the powerful flames of Lihua, the surrounding B-class cannon fodder monsters were quickly wiped out, revealing a large empty area. As for the world force that Ito obtained from this, he didn't keep any of it. He directly threw it into the 9 tomo that sealed the 9-tailed beasts, so that they can complete the transformation of their bodies as soon as possible and become combat power to help him in battle. Then Ito's thoughts moved, and the 9 fire dragons immediately flew around him, circling each other and wrapping him in the middle, forming a thick fire dragon pillar that flew forward and continued to clear the monsters that were flying towards him. With Ito's clearing, the level of the monsters began to increase. Not long after, the B-class monsters that could be regarded as cannon fodder became A-class monsters that could be regarded as official soldiers. It was also at this time that Ito's sweeping behavior paused slightly, and he couldn't help but slow down a little. Roar! It was probably because Ito had burned too much and finally alarmed the boss monster in this area. It was a half-step S monster with a dog's head, a bird's tail, a fly's wings, and a snake's body. Go! Looking at the monster that was rushing towards him, Ito pointed his finger, and the 9 fire dragons that were entangled around him instantly flew out, forming a thick fire pillar that fiercely collided with the monster that was rushing towards him. Boom! A huge explosion immediately sounded, and a large amount of shattered sparks burst out, splashing onto the bodies of the monsters that were circling around them. Scorched black wounds appeared on the bodies of the monsters. As for the boss monster that was hit head-on, it was even worse. More than half of its dog's head was directly blown up, 3 of its 4 flies' wings were gone, and its snake's body was full of charred marks. Only the bird's head at its tail was still intact because it was at the back. However, after its body was reduced to such a state, it let out a loud cry, summoned a gust of wind to wrap around its body, and flew away at a speed faster than when it came. Itose, who was not in a hurry to kill it, looked at the direction where the monster disappeared with some regret. Then, he once again made 9 fire dragons around him with leaf fire, and let them fly around him, burning the fierce monsters into ashes one by one. Probably because the sound of the collision was too loud, soon several howls from afar echoed in his ears. Then several monsters with strength ranging from A+ to half-step S appeared around Ito, either spitting out black and stinky liquid, or shooting out fine needles like embroidery needles, or using strange spells to attack Ito. Ito's figure flashed, and directly disappeared from where he was, dodging the several attacks flying towards him. He reappeared in the sky, and with the power of authority, he waved his hand to summon a dozen lightning bolts towards those monsters. In terms of nature, the power of authority, which could be regarded as the power of God, immediately burst out with a powerful force as soon as it hit those monsters. The monsters fell to the ground one by one, smashing huge craters and destroying the surrounding buildings, and stiffening on the ground, unable to move for a long time. Seeing this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate. He waved his hand to summon the divine blade celestial clouds, and used celestial clouds to appear above one of the monsters, and slash down with the sharp celestial clouds. Chapter 1061. Little brother, the people from the Ministry of the Environment are here, you can meet them. In the morning, Ito-rin returned to the residence behind the shrine and said to Ito-sei. She was wearing a Miko costume. It's been a few days since Sei-Ito returned from the Naruto world. In these days, Sei-Ito took a certain amount of time every day to use the Flying Thunder God technique to carry out a large-scale killing operation in the territories occupied by monsters, earning the world energy of the main world and using it to transform the physical condition of some people. In the process, Sei-Ito paid special attention to the Kyubi, one of the nine-tailed beasts, after using most of Sei-Ito's stock, as well as all the gains in recent days. It finally completed the transformation of its body, becoming a powerful combat force that can be directly used. Okay. Sei-Ito nodded and agreed. Then he stood up and walked out of the bedroom with Suzu Ito and went to another reception room. Greetings, Sama. Seeing Sei-Ito coming with Suzu Ito, a young man and a young woman kneeling in the living room quickly stood up and bowed in the most formal way. Since entering the S-class, Sei-Ito has encountered this kind of situation many times and nodded slightly, returning the greeting of the two people. He went straight to the main seat in the room and sat down. At this time, Suzu Ito nodded to Sei-Ito, turned around and left the reception room, continuing to play her role as the Miko in the front yard of the shrine, entertaining the people who have been more frequently coming to the shrine to pray because of the recent monster incident. Sit. Sei-Ito pointed to the ground and said lightly. The young man and woman looked a little restrained and thanked him, then knelt back on the ground again. What are you here for this time? Sei-Ito asked straightforwardly. The man and woman from the Ministry of Environment looked at each other. The average-looking woman in a gray-black business suit with short hair and black stockings bowed slightly and said, It's like this, because the defense line on the Hakone side is about to be broken. From now on, there will be frontline combatants returning to Tokyo's 23rd district to form a new defense line. Because they are afraid that our arrangement may conflict with your arrangement, the higher-ups sent us to ask for your opinion. Also, I would like to ask if you need us to send combat personnel to assist you in battle. As long as you don't enter the city. You can do whatever you want outside, Sei-Ito, who understood the Ministry of Environment's intention, said calmly. As for the combatant, you only need to send a group of people who can maintain law and order. You don't need other countries' support. All right, we will pass on your message to our superiors. The two workers from the Ministry of Environment bowed together, and the female workers said at the same time. Sir, is there anything else you would like us to convey? The female staff member straightened up and asked again. No, Sei-Ito replied. Then we won't disturb your rest. Goodbye, the female staff member said. He bowed again to the male staff member beside him, then stood up from the ground and politely left the living room. It's time to take out my weapon, Sei-Ito whispered to himself as he watched the two people disappear. Then he stood up from the ground and walked out of the living room. He walked to the shrine in the front yard and greeted Suzu Ito, who was entertaining the people. Then he turned around and walked into the forest on the side. He used instant transmission to leave the shrine and arrived at the edge of the residential area of Akikuruno. Then, Sei-Ito first put his hands together, then leaned over and pressed them on the concrete ground. In an instant, a large amount of blue electric arcs shot out from his hands. In the blink of an eye, they covered a 5 by 5 square area of the ground. Then, with a silent tremor, the ground covered with blue electric arcs quickly rose from the ground. It didn't stop until it reached a height of 7 meters. Then, Ito didn't do anything, but the surface of the huge stone pillar made of earth and stone immediately shone with a bright white metallic light. It had completely turned into an alloy stone pillar. Only then did Ito stop and stand up. With a thought, he took out a weapon based on the principles of Mujino Shizuri's disintegration ray and placed it on the platform of the alloy stone pillar he had made on the spot. The front of the weapon had more than 20 triangular translucent crystal cannons mounted on it, and he aimed them outside Akikuruno, in the direction where the monsters might come from. Then, Ito turned on the weapon system and set up a circle of formations on the surface of the alloy stone pillar to prevent the nearby residents from approaching. After that, he used instant transmission to leave and arrived at a place not too far away from the alloy stone pillar. Then, he used instant transmission to create another alloy stone pillar and set up the weapon system. Just like that, Ito used an entire day to set up the weapon system based on Mujino Shizuri's disintegration ray at the edges, middle, and vantage points of Akizuruno City according to a certain spacing and purpose. They were either sparsely or densely packed. Fortunately, Ito had started mass production after he used it to conquer the Spirit Eater world. Some time ago, when he was in Naruto's world, he rushed to produce another batch. With a large stock, he didn't let Ito's hands go numb. Of course, the weapon system didn't only include the disintegration cannons based on the principles of the disintegration ray. There were also radiation cannons based on the principles of radiation wave weapons, beam weapons, fire god cannons that could fire magical bullets and special ammunition, positron siege cannons that could cause serious environmental pollution, and so on. However, the weapon system alone wasn't enough. It needed a smart person to operate it. So after setting up the weapon system, Ito returned home and immediately summoned Zhou Xianlin and Bucky Lulu, whose bodies had been transformed by the power of the world. He then explained the current situation to them in detail. Zhou Xianlin and Bucky Lulu had their bodies transformed by the power of the world. This is the control terminal of the weapon system I set up. This is a small black ball that can be connected to the black ball relay device in the universe. You two hold it well. When the time comes, make your own decisions according to the situation. Ito then took out 2 quantum laptops that could project huge screens using laser projection and had an artificial intelligence system installed inside them. The Stargazer's quantum laptop and 2 small black balls that could project satellite surveillance images all the time, and handed them to Zhou Xianglin, who had a strategic view of the overall situation and was on par with Leluxiu, Sconazel, and Lishinka in the entire Leluxiu world, as well as Natal Bajilialu, who had a calm thinking in terms of tactics and would not let her emotions get the best of her. In addition, because of the pollution problem of the positron siege cannon, if possible, it's better not to use it. Then, Ito said to the 2 girls who took the things. I understand, Baki Lulu said with a rigid face. Little brother, you didn't transform Akikuru City into a war fortress, did you? Ito looked at the weapon system configuration map that Zhou Xianglin opened with the quantum notebook, and said in surprise. Did I? I just arranged it according to the habit of defending against ground units and air units, trying to reduce the loopholes as much as possible to achieve complete coverage. Ito looked up at the map of Akikuru City on the screen and the densely packed small dots that represented the location of the weapon system and said, it really does seem like that. Soon, Ito admitted with a stunned expression. Since that's the case, we might as well fortify Akikuru City. Ito suddenly decided. After saying that, he didn't wait for Big Sister Suzu Ito, Baki Lulu, and Zhou Xianglin to respond. He directly activated instant transmission and left the room. Taking advantage of the night, he arrived at the center of Akakuru City. He pressed his hands on the ground and stimulated the energy in his body to activate the super refining technique. In an instant, a large amount of electric arcs spread out from Sei Ito's palms. Under the confused and panicked gazes of the people in the city, they quickly moved toward the outside of Akakuru City. This situation lasted for no less than 10 minutes, then, a series of muffled rumbles suddenly sounded in the sky above the city. Then, a 1-meter-thick wall of mud and stone appeared at the edge of Akakuru City. It didn't stop until it was more than 5 meters above the ground. Then, the pale blue electric arcs quickly crawled over the entire wall, transforming the wall of mud and stone into an alloy stone wall that towered over the periphery of Akakuru City. Of course, in order to allow the residents of Akakuru City to move freely, the alloy wall still left a passageway for people to use. Split. After doing all this, Sei Ito activated the shadow clone technique to its greatest extent and created a large number of clones. He had the clones each choose a direction and rush to the newly constructed alloy wall. Then, according to the instructions of Sei Ito's main body, he carved mysterious lines and strange runes on the alloy wall. It would be better to say that the alloy wall, or rather, the entire Akakuru City, was protected by a formation barrier. The workload of this task was truly too great. Even though Sei Ito had created enough clones to work together, and used his mental perception and the Yamanaka family's secret telepathy technique to command them, it still took Sei Ito more than half a day to finish setting up the barrier. Ugh! After dispelling the clones, Sei Ito immediately felt a slight stabbing pain in his head. This was clearly due to the excessive amount of work he had done, and his mental power had been slightly exhausted. Itosei, who wanted to go back and rest, didn't want to stay any longer. He used instant transmission to return home. He didn't even take a shower before he fell asleep on the bed. However, while he had calmed down, the residents of Akakuru City, as well as the members of the Ministry of Environment and other organizations who had arrived, were all shocked by his work. Chapter 1062. He really deserves to be a master standing at the top of the world. This kind of action is really too exaggerated. With a large number of police personnel transferred with the full cooperation and assistance of the police department, the 2 female staff members of the Ministry of Environment once again came to Akakuruno City to meet Sei Ito. After seeing the changes in Akakuruno City, they said with a look of amazement, "The female staff member is right. This kind of action is really too exaggerated. In the current world, except for those S-level masters who are proficient in the rules of the Earth system, no one can create a city wall of this scale overnight, and set up a barrier on it." This made the other S-level masters in Japan, who received the news of the changes in Akakuruno City through secret channels, also amazed. They wondered whether they should invite Sei Ito to come to an important city like Tokyo. After all, with such a city wall, it can save a lot of things. "I don't know when we can reach the level of the lords." Then, she said with some longing and yearning, "Yes, I don't know when we can break through the current shackles and become a person with ability." The male staff member sighed. Then the 2 people fell silent, silently driving to the location of the Ito Shrine. More than half an hour later, with a soft sound of tires rolling on the ground, a small car and 3 big cars stopped at the foot of the Ito Shrine. "Hey! You take people to the police station first." With a soft sound, the female staff member, who was still dressed as a professional beauty, walked out from the passenger seat of the car, turned around and said to the male staff member in the driver's seat, "Okay." The male staff member agreed. Bang! The female staff member closed the door, bowed her head and straightened some wrinkles in her clothes. Along with the flow of people who came to pay their respects, she walked to the shrine on the mountain. While she walked up the mountain, the male staff member restarted the car, leading the 3 buses with a total of more than 100 people to the police headquarters of Akakuruno City. Miss Ito, I don't know if Ito-sama is at home? The female staff member who came to the mountain walked in front of Suzu Ito, who was wearing a witch dress, and asked respectfully. At home, but he is resting. If you have something to say, just tell me. Suzu Ito nodded and said, Okay. In front of the members of the Ito family, Sei Ito, the S-level master, the female staff member didn't dare to neglect the slightest bit. She quickly said, according to Ito-sama's last request, after the headquarters and the police department discussed, the police department urgently transferred a total of 131 police officers to Akakuruno City. They are currently being taken to the police station by my partner, Shida. I am here to report. I know. When he gets up, I will tell him what you said. Ito-rin replied. Sorry to trouble you. The female staff member bowed and said politely. In addition, in order to meet Ito-sama's needs from today onwards, I will be the direct contact between Milord and the Ministry of Environment. Please give me your advice. Then the female staff member said again. What do you mean? Ito-rin frowned and asked. It's like this, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings due to poor communication in the defense of Akakuruno City, the higher-ups decided to send me here as a liaison. At that time, if you need me, you can directly contact the people in charge of the combat units of the Environment Department, or even higher-level members, to achieve unhindered communication. The female staff member said. So it's like that. Suzu Ito's brows stretched, and she suddenly understood. I remember you, Nakaya. Then, Suzu Ito looked at the female staff member in front of her and said again. Yes. The female staff member named Nakaya nodded to confirm. When he gets up, I will tell him about you, but before he makes a decision, I can only trouble you to stay here for the time being. I'm sorry. Suzu Ito looked at Nakaya and said apologetically. Although Sei Ito was not the only one in the back room, and there was also Zhou Xianlin, who was very good at fighting, she was there with Buji Lulu and Artificial Intelligence Stargazer, setting the macro commands and single data of various weapon systems, and those things happened to be very confidential. Just in case, Suzu Ito decided to leave Nakaya here. It doesn't matter, I will wait here for Lord until he gets up. Nakaya said very wisely. By the way, before I became an official staff member of the Environment Department, I also received guidance from Miko-sama. If Miss Ito doesn't mind, please let me help. After a few seconds of silence, Nakaya, who looked at the environment of the shrine, looked at Suzu Ito and said. Her tone was still polite, and her attitude was very low. That would be troublesome. Suzu Ito declined. It's no trouble at all. Since we're waiting anyway, let me help you out a little, as a way to pass the time. Nakaya Wei smiled. Okay. After a little consideration, Suzu Ito nodded and agreed. Wait for me here. I will go to the back and find you a set of Miko-sama clothes. All right. Nakaya Wei replied. Suzu Ito nodded, turned back to the house behind the shrine, found a set of clean spare Miko-sama clothes in the room where the Miko-sama clothes were stored, returned to the front of the shrine, and handed the Miko-sama clothes to Nakaya. Nakaya took the Miko-sama clothes and followed Suzu Ito to a room temporarily used as a dressing room to change clothes. Soon, Nakaya changed into the Miko-sama clothes with the help of Suzu Ito, and returned to the shrine with Suzu Ito, and began to help entertain the guests who came to visit. This help lasted for an entire day, and it only ended when night fell. It was also at this time that Sei Ito, who had a good sleep, got up from the bed and went to the living room to find something to eat. Why are you here? Looking at Nakaya, who changed back into her business attire and was sitting in the living room, Sei Ito asked with a frown. Ah, it's like this. Before Nakaya, who hurriedly got up and saluted, spoke, Suzu Ito, who was preparing dinner with Zhou Xianlin, took the lead and told Seito about Nakaya's intention and her next identity. In other words, you are going to live here for the rest of the time? Seito, who took a sip of water from the glass handed by Zhou Xianlin, looked at the reserved Nakaya and said, "If it's possible," Nakaya said cautiously. "As a constant liaison, it's naturally best to stay with Seito. Otherwise, if something special happens and she can't contact Seito in an emergency, causing some unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding, the one who will take the blame in the end can only be her. But these are all under the premise of Seito's consent. If Seito doesn't agree, she won't dare to refute. She can only find a way or directly get a tent at the foot of the mountain to use as a contact residence, in case something really happens and she can't contact him in an emergency. Don't live here." Seito refused almost without thinking. He doesn't know how many people he will summon after this. If it's just his family, there will be no problem, but if there are outsiders, it will be somewhat troublesome. Hearing Seito's words, Nakaya smiled embarrassedly, very depressed. But no matter how depressed he is, he can only suppress it in his heart. It's not good to show it to Seito. At this time, Nakaya saw Seito's palm turn, and a mobile phone appeared in his hand. His thumb quickly pressed the button. "Take this mobile phone, it has my direct contact number. You can use it to contact me in special circumstances." In less than a minute, Seito threw the mobile phone to Nakaya and said, "If it was before, Ito-sei might have used the small black ball as a communication tool, but now that the small black ball was captured by the Ministry of Environment, it was really troublesome for the exposed small black ball to be in the hands of the Ministry of Environment staff. Therefore, Ito-sei had to settle for the next best thing. He made an ordinary new mobile phone with no extra functions and no advanced technology. He then entered his phone number as a communication tool. Oh, okay." Nakaya hurriedly stretched out his hands to take the mobile phone and said. Seito's body leaned against the kitchen door frame, holding the cup, and looked at Nakaya. Since he can be appointed as a contact person by the Ministry of Environment, Nakaya's EQ is naturally not low. How can he not understand Seito's meaning at this time? He quickly put away the mobile phone used for communication, bowed and said goodbye. "Then I won't bother you anymore, goodbye." Leave after dinner. Suzu Ito said. "No, I just remembered that I still have some things to deal with. Sorry, next time I have a chance to taste Miss Ito's cooking." Nakaya quickly said, then bowed again to Seito, Suzu Ito, and Zhou Xianlin, turned and walked out of the living room, quickly disappeared from Seito's perception. In this regard, Suzu Ito didn't mind, and continued to talk and laugh with Zhou Xianlin while preparing dinner. "By the way, little brother, in the afternoon, the people of Akakuruno City sent a message, saying that the stage in the city center square has been set up, and you need to check it." At this time, Suzu Ito seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "Only now? The speed is really slow." Seito curled his lips and said, "Don't be too demanding, it's already very good to be able to find people to complete the task you assigned in this situation." Suzu Ito smiled. Seito shrugged and didn't answer. "Okay, it's time to eat, you go and call Natale out." Suzu Ito turned off the gas and said, "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed, then straightened up, turned and walked to the back room, and called Buji Lulu, who was still in the room discussing the command set with the artificial intelligence stargazer, to come out and eat. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.